Late at night, I jolted upright in bed, a torrent of curses pouring from my lips, unleashing all my pent-up anger and unwillingness. It took a while before I managed to suppress my emotions. I lifted my eyes to scan the room around me. A 150-square-foot bedroom with a simple design, a desk with the DIY desktop computer I had assembled myself, and the familiar white wardrobe on the opposite wall. This was my second time returning here, my second rebirth. The first time I came back, I had endured 9 grueling years in the apocalypse, teetering on the edge of despair every day. Many of those memories had eroded to the point that, when I found myself back in this room, I didn't even recognize it at first. Once I confirmed I had returned 2 years before the outbreak, I completely broke down. I cried my heart out in a desperate catharsis, a mix of sorrow and elation for escaping death's grasp. But this time was different. Only 2 years had passed since my last return. There wasn't that surreal, otherworldly feeling. I didn't feel like crying. I just wanted to spew out every curse word I knew but had never had the chance to say. I grabbed my phone and checked the time. April 23rd, 2059, 3 a.m. 2 years left until doomsday. This was the furthest limit of time reversal achievable by Hong Cocoon, the mysterious system that saved me. The first time I almost died, I learned that Hong Cocoon granted its chosen user 3 chances to rewind time. However, each reversion consumed 80% of the remaining points and returned me to a preset time point. Before the apocalypse, I lived in the Pudwa district of Shin City. I had just graduated from college. My parents had passed away, leaving me little motivation to pursue further education, so I decided to start working right away. I graduated from the architecture program at Jidong University, not exactly the top of my class, but the school's reputation was strong enough to land me a job at an architecture firm. After passing the probationary period, I held down the job smoothly for 2 years. Then the apocalypse arrived. Subsequent reports verified how it all began, a scenario straight out of a cliched zombie movie, tracing back to the genetics corporation Cinna. They had established secret research facilities on the moon, constructing 13 nuclear fission reactors underground to power their work. When 5 superpowers joined forces to launch a raid, the researchers at Cinta took a desperate leap and detonated the reactor's energy storage zones. This caused high-purity helium-3 to trigger fusion reactions under extreme conditions, blowing away a fifth of the moon's surface visible from the Earth, and even knocking the moon off its original orbit. The gravitational upheaval wreaked havoc on Earth's tides, shaking the planet's crust to its core. Coastal cities were entirely engulfed by tsunamis. The rocks and dust ejected from the moon, poisoned by lethal nuclear radiation, carried experimental viruses from 52 storage sites around the world's atmosphere. What followed was a chain reaction of falling meteor showers, earthquakes, tsunamis, a zombie virus outbreak, deceleration of the Earth's rotation, and magnetic field disruptions triggering extreme weather. The world spiraled into hell. While others huddled in their homes, paralyzed by fear, I immediately made the dangerous choice to escape the city. Others were paralyzed, clueless. I was as sharp as a blade, almost cold-bloodedly so. I didn't hesitate when it came to action or killing zombies. The first time I saw blood, I wasn't nauseous, nor did I falter. Alone and with no attachments, I focused only on survival, fighting my way through sheer will and grit. Contrary to imagination, the virus's infection rate wasn't entirely catastrophic. From later studies, we learned that during the virus's peak activity in Shin City, roughly half the population got infected. However, of those, only 3/5 turned into zombies. Among the remaining 2/5, 90% were naturally immune, while 10% exhibited benign mutations. Scientific research from later years explained that the original virus, hurled into space following the moon's explosion, had undergone a long journey before descending into Earth's atmosphere. Most of the viruses had died. What remained was extraordinarily weak. Yet the survivors, exposed to nuclear radiation and cosmic rays alongside moon dust, mutated themselves. They became more random, unpredictable, and resilient to treatment. No suppressants or antidotes could take effect, regardless of how heavily scientists invested in their development. At its onset, the virus coincided with chaotic disaster relief efforts. Being a coastal city, Shun City suffered a triple blow: meteor impacts, earthquakes, and tsunamis, leaving it in total disarray. When the virus hit, the government's command system collapsed overnight. Organized efforts ground to a halt. A week later, temperatures plummeted, and freezing disasters added fresh torment. It wasn't until this point that remnants of the government pieced together a makeshift county shelter in the outskirts to coordinate rescues. By then, however, downtown zombies had already entered their first stage of exponential reproduction. Secondary infections from bites quickly swelled their ranks. Some zombies even underwent advanced mutations, leading hordes to crush rescue teams in head-on clashes that left rescuers decimated. After 2 weeks, all evacuation efforts ceased entirely. Survivors within the city were written off as collateral. Every remaining government resource was poured into building a stronger refuge base instead. For months later, the base was up and running, but population census results shattered any lingering morale. Meteors, earthquakes, tsunamis, virus outbreaks, zombie sieges, frostbite, starvation, these domino-like disasters claimed lives in droves. In the end, fewer than 1 million survivors reached the base, reduced to a mere tenth of the city's original population. I lasted 6 months fleeing alone outdoors. I barely made it to the gates of the base. Over the past 6 months, I treated my life like it was expendable, and in that time, I learned how to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. Not long after entering the base, I was recruited by the official collection squad to venture out and gather supplies. That kind of life became my routine for the next 7 years. Fortunately, my body underwent a beneficial mutation, greatly enhancing my physical abilities and officially classifying me as an enhancer. Over those 7 years, I carried out countless missions, often hovering on the brink between life and death. While I never achieved any great merits, I survived. In the 7th year of the apocalypse, the base was teetering on the brink of collapse, completely overwhelmed by both internal strife and external threats. The last of the base's water resources had been exhausted. In a final desperate move, we were forced to organize an expedition team consisting of 13 second-level enhancers and 17 researchers. Our mission was to journey over 200 kilometers to the caverns of a barren mountain in search of a water source. Years of extreme cold and scorching heat had drained the surface water, and with our equipment severely lacking, the only option was to throw ourselves into the unknown, to gamble our lives. Entering the cavern felt like stepping into hell itself. Along the way, people kept dying, falling to their deaths, crushed, starved, eaten by mutated beasts, or succumbing to the crushing darkness and despair, taking their own lives. No one knew how deep we had descended. Was it kilometers or tens of kilometers? All we knew was that we were hopelessly lost. Underground, with no sense of day or night, time became meaningless. Without food, we resorted to catching insects to eat. When thirsty, we collected water droplets seeping from the rock walls. The presence of insects and water drips meant we could hold on a little longer, but we knew it was simply a slower march toward death. Eventually, all the researchers died. 5 more enhancers followed. By then, the team's morale was entirely crushed. After a number of arguments, no one spoke much anymore. The remaining few clung together, more out of fear of solitude than an actual sense of unity. The darkness felt endless. Just as we were all about to become hollow shells of ourselves, we stumbled upon a vast underground space, and something that appeared like a miraculous hope, almost too surreal to be true. That space was strangely bright. At its center floated a cocoon-shaped object, glowing with a mesmerizing light. Surrounding it was the projection of a starry sky. When the team approached the cocoon, our minds went blank, yet it felt as if voices murmured in our ears. It didn't take long to realize it wasn't some hallucination. The cocoon, this thing, was communicating directly with our consciousness. It introduced itself as Hong Cocoon, the last remnant of a faraway, higher-dimensional advanced civilization. This civilization was so powerful it would have seemed godlike to humans on Earth, yet it still fell victim to its own hubris, destroyed by a man-made catastrophe, an interstellar collapse spanning multiple star systems. Before the final collapse, scientists from that civilization launched the cocoon away from the disaster, sending it adrift until it eventually landed in this three-dimensional universe. It had wandered for an unfathomable amount of time before crashing onto Earth, roughly 200,000 years ago. Over time, geological shifts buried it deep underground. The cocoon explained it could not move on its own or manipulate the world directly. Its only capability was to choose one intelligent life form as its host, bestowing upon that individual the legacy of its extinct civilization to ensure their memory would not vanish entirely. Any abilities contained in the cocoon could only be accessed by the chosen host, and once bonded, the cocoon could only recognize this one individual as its host. There were no second chances. It explained that the birth of a civilization was an incredibly rare and arduous process. We, the members of this expedition crew, were the first intelligent beings it had encountered since its arrival on Earth. It could not afford to wait any longer and would have to select its host immediately. For our team, that moment felt like the only ray of hope we had left. If chosen, the host would gain the means to leave the cavern and potentially use the cocoon's gifts to end the apocalypse. The chosen one would no doubt become a hero. But then the cocoon uttered the words, "There can only be one inheritor." In an instant, what had felt like hope became a blade. The ugliest aspects of human nature were laid bare. Former comrades who had fought alongside one another turned against each other the moment absolute self-interest came into play. After the cocoon's revelation, an eerie silence fell over the group. Our team leader, Peng Lu, took a step forward, perhaps with the intent to try reasoning with it, or just to confirm what it was. But before he could take more than a few steps, a blade pierced through him from behind. The one who struck first was Zhang Xiaobin, the rope specialist. Normally, Zhang was the most cheerful and skilled among us, but I'd always felt he had the strongest fear of death. His survival instinct was unmatched. That first strike was like the cracking of a dam. With it, the fragile thread of reason holding the group together snapped. Chaos erupted. No one questioned the reason. One after another, everyone jumped into a blood frenzy, their desperation driving them to slaughter each other. Even those who tried to stop the madness were quickly overtaken by the violence and bloodshed. In the small, confined space, all that remained were screams, ragged breaths, and the heavy stench of blood. I didn't join the chaos. I stayed back, watching from the sidelines. I couldn't tell if I had managed to restrain myself or if I'd simply been paralyzed with fear. Either way, I survived the bloodbath of the first round. When the carnage subsided, only one person remained standing. The mechanic, Hao Dahu. Hao Dahu, covered in wounds and wielding a blood-drenched oversized wrench, turned toward me, still looking like a man gone mad, and charged straight at me. "Come over here." I probably could have dragged it out with him, waiting until he collapsed from blood loss. But I didn't. I blocked his incoming strike head-on, pivoted, and slammed Hao Dahu to the ground. Then I grabbed his head and, with a sickening crack, twisted his neck until it broke. At that moment, I was the only one left standing. Surrounded by bodies and pools of blood, my mind looped a single thought. Humanity is truly fragile. That's when I realized the Han cocoon wasn't testing us. It was us, ourselves, who turned this journey into a slaughterhouse. But in a twisted way, the carnage cleared all the witnesses. I walked toward the Han cocoon, burdened with indescribable emotions, like the lone winner of a blood-soaked survival game. "Ugly, isn't it?" I asked. "No, this is typical of intelligent life," the Han cocoon replied. The cocoon descended slowly. It wasn't until it floated right before me that I realized it was no bigger than a thumb. It transformed into a stream of light and entered my mind. I didn't feel any discomfort as the connection was instantaneously formed. For the first time, the Han cocoon scanned Earth and, in a way I could comprehend, bestowed its power upon me. I emerged from the underground. I left my comrades' bodies untouched, letting that space serve as their final resting place. I had thought maybe, someday, I'd go back to honor them, but that someday would never come. I didn't return to the base either. I was the sole survivor of the team, not an unusual occurrence in an apocalypse, but there would always be those who would dig too deep, who would demand answers. I doubted I could hide the abnormalities without raising suspicions. Now, with newfound power, I could survive in the wild. It wasn't worth risking investigations or unnecessary troubles back at the base. To me, this apocalypse wasn't a natural disaster. It was a man-made catastrophe. I had to do something about it. And my first target was Synta Biotech, the company responsible for it all. With the enhancements from the Han Cocoon, I spent 2 years traveling across regions. After finding leads in the capital, I left the country and continued the chase. Finally, on a small island in the South Storm Ocean, I located Cinta's headquarters. I infiltrated the facility and obtained virus inhibitors and a plethora of research data. But by then, the world was already in shambles, resources painfully scarce, and the efficiency of Han Cocoon's system was severely hampered. I simply didn't have the power to take on Cinta head-on. I passed the data along to what little remained of official organizations, hoping they'd use it to dismantle Cinta and develop a solution to the virus crisis. Instead, the information became a powder keg. Global factions fought viciously over the research, sparking an apocalyptic version of a world war. Humanity's suffering only deepened. And then some lunatic triggered the global nuclear tethering protocol. The stockpile of nuclear weapons, amassed over decades, was deployed in unison. I was near a densely populated base when I saw it. Dozens of missiles splitting into hundreds of warheads, raining down like beams of light. I knew then that there was no escape. I couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Is human nature truly so ugly? The Han Cocoon, however, simply said, "Yes, it's normal." I assumed the cocoon might save me, but instead, it presented me with an option to restart. I glanced at the timeline coordinates and clicked confirm without hesitation. I returned to 2 years before the apocalypse began. My first instinct was to stop the end of the world. Of course, no one was going to believe the prophecies of a seemingly crazed man. But at that time, nations were already investigating Cinta. All I needed to do was covertly help the investigators connect the dots, ensuring they uncovered concrete evidence earlier than before. Providing intel to Interpol was equally dangerous, and the reset had stripped me of all the power I had accumulated. Fortunately, modern society was rich in resources, and the Han Cocoon's energy system could rebuild my abilities. As I gathered evidence, I simultaneously began to rebuild my arsenal. It didn't take long for Cinta to notice my pursuit. They wasted no time sending assassins after me. But with Han Cocoon's upgraded system, I managed to stay alive and deliver the proof to its destination. This allowed an international coalition to launch their assault on Cinta earlier than they had in the previous timeline, preventing the catastrophic lunar explosion. However, even after the research findings were made public, the world still fell into turmoil. The chaos continued for 6 months, escalating into a smaller-scale nuclear war. Desperate to suppress escalation, some international organizations decided to destroy the research entirely. They entrusted me to return to the South Pacific Island to complete that task. When I infiltrated Cinta's headquarters again, I realized the research had long been moved. All I found were plans detailing their doomsday protocol, the widespread release of the virus across the globe. Suddenly, alarms blared. I rushed to the surveillance room and saw them. Intercontinental ballistic missiles launching into the sky again. One of the MIRV warhead clusters was headed straight toward my location. The high-resolution video feed showed every detail of the penetrating warhead tips. Satellite imagery and radar tracked the approaching lights with relentless precision. I knew, once again, I was cornered, with nowhere left to run. Was I betrayed? That thought was all I had time to process. For me, this scene, it's like it just happened. I woke up, simmering with rage, cursing furiously for what seemed like forever. After I finished, I realized I was starving. I got out of bed, walked out of the bedroom, and headed to the living room to make myself a bowl of instant noodles. Now, I can cook, pretty well, actually, but there's just something about this guilty pleasure. Eat it too often, and you'll get sick of it. But go too long without it, and you'll crave it again. Honestly, isn't that the case with every comfort food? I drained the soup from the bowl and put it down, empty. That's when a detached, emotionless voice rang out in my mind. Global scan complete. Host, shall we activate the system? I froze for a few seconds before letting out a laugh. Save the world? End an apocalypse? Screw that. I didn't claw my way back from death just to live like a self-sacrificing monk again. This time, I'm going to take it easy. Eat what I want, do what I want, and build a sanctuary for myself. I'll turn the apocalypse into my own personal paradise. Activate the system, I commanded silently. In an instant, countless windows popped up before me, like a shopping website fused with a computer's control panel. The system HK Cocoon had collected and processed all the detailed information from the global scan, presenting it to me in a visual, user-friendly way. Cocoon's energy is immense, far beyond what the human body can directly withstand. Instead, it relies on the system interface to slowly process and channel it. Whatever I desire, I can exchange for it. But everything comes with a price. I need to gather energy from the outside world equal to the value of what I want. Biological, mineral, chemical, any resource will do. The more powerful the resource, the higher the cost. The law of conservation of energy doesn't play favorites. The system translates these external energies into points, which can then be used to shop for goods. This time around, the scanning process was significantly faster than in my last life. I quickly skimmed the store options. The products were mostly the same as before, but they felt completely different. Unlike the post-apocalypse, where resources were depleted and everything was grungy and makeshift, the current abundance of resources had made the system way more advanced and precise. Back then, the system was almost laughably bare bones. No points, and once the energy was converted, it was injected directly into my body. The sheer pain of it nearly killed me on multiple occasions, and any gains depended entirely on my grit and ability to adapt. Equipment back then? Junk. Literal garbage cobbled together, which I'd hand over to the system for upgrades. Sure, it functioned decently, but aesthetically, it was like something scavenged from a scrapyard. Now, physical upgrades have been transformed into neatly categorized, price-tag gene serums in the system's store. Equipment follows a clear blueprint for modification, no longer yielding those crazy oversized, bulky contraptions. I turned off the system and collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a deep breath. It's time to assess what cards I have in hand. Both of my parents were only children, and both quietly dealt with undiagnosed Asperger's syndrome. They moved to Shin City in their younger years, throwing themselves into work. They didn't marry and have me until they were well into middle age. Most of the older generation in the family passed away when I was little, and any ties with extended relatives or friends have long since faded. 2 years ago, my parents died in an accident, leaving me nothing but this apartment, some inheritance money, and an insurance payout. No other obligations, no lingering connections. Even I'm pretty withdrawn and mostly invisible in social settings. No one bullied me, but no one ever truly bonded with me either. At the end of the day, I'm just a quintessential lone wolf. Honestly, I doubt I'd even feel all that deeply if my parents were still alive. My emotional indifference must be genetic. Their condition dulled their capacity for feelings, even for things like guilt over causing harm. In peacetime, that sort of detachment could be a liability, but in the apocalypse, it's my armor. In my memories, my parents were like two people who came together merely to mask their isolation behind a semblance of family. They were always busy with their own work, and even when the three of us were together, words were rarely exchanged. I never experienced much affection, but I never felt deprived either. Silence was more comfortable than meaningless social interactions. The only thing they ever really taught me was how to masquerade as a functional human being in society, something I've done out of a sense of duty rather than desire. Unlike them, though, I'm a shade closer to normal. I understand responsibility, I have hobbies, and I have at least a basic sense of want. With nothing holding me back, I realized I don't have much to fear. During my previous life in the apocalypse, I scraped by. Sure, the base I lived in offered decent living conditions, but I was always on edge, never able to relax or enjoy life. Aside from bartering away my first time for 2 packs of instant noodles, I hardly gained anything. Later, I obtained Cocoon and became consumed with the singular goal of ending the apocalypse. I wasn't trying to be a hero. I just wanted life to go back to normal. That line of thinking makes me scowl even now. Gritting my teeth, I mutter to myself, if saving the world isn't in the cards, then so be it. From now on, I'll look out for myself only. No more building teams, taking underlings, amassing power, playing kingpin, or, ugh, trying to be some savior of humanity. People's fates are none of my concern anymore. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. The first step? Stay under the radar. Don't provoke anyone. If I can't guarantee success, don't. Standing out can be dangerous. Hit one person and risk the wrath of a group, leading to a cycle of revenge that might even draw the authorities. In the apocalypse, Morality has long since crumbled, and official forces are even more ruthless. When it's time to hide, you hide. Don't think yourself invincible. There will always be someone stronger in this world. As I am right now, I can't go up against a country's machinery, even if it's already in tatters. I continued cementing rules for myself. This time around, resources must be centralized, easy to carry, mobilize, and hide. Once resources are scattered, with shelters placed here and there, communication becomes a nightmare. Coordination brings significant risks, and exposure is almost inevitable. More importantly, spreading defense forces too thin only heightens vulnerability, getting picked off one by one. In my past life, I've seen countless groups meet their end this way. They dilute their manpower to protect scattered resource points, only to have their headquarters overrun by hordes of undead or beasts. When their main base fell, their entire operation collapsed. They couldn't regroup, couldn't recall their people, or worse, got ambushed while trying to regroup, suffering horrific losses. Even the government, overwhelmed by the chaos, had to abandon their resource sites. I smirked coldly, dismissing the idea of diluting resources in the name of lowering risk. Others spread out their resources because they had no choice. But me? I'm different. I can consolidate everything in one place, build a fortress that stays hidden, is mobile, and practically indestructible. Thanks to the system, this isn't a pipe dream. So what if I'm putting all my eggs in one basket? If worst comes to worst and I face total destruction, as long as the cocoon remains, I can start anew. And if the cocoon's gone, any backup plan beyond that would be meaningless anyway. I'd rather think about taking others down with me. The thought of giving up if the cocoon were gone didn't bother me in the slightest. In my past life, before I had the cocoon, I'd fought harder to survive than most, but my 2 attempts to save the world were complete failures. I acknowledge my shortcomings. If I'm truly useless, then what's wrong with choosing to let go? Shaking off distracting thoughts, I knocked on my head and began to calculate. To build a shelter that meets these standards using the system, it needs to be massive, at least the size of an amusement park. Fully equipped, self-sufficient, and mobile, capable of taking me anywhere, anytime. That means I'll need a supersized spatial system. There's plenty available for purchase in the marketplace, various sizes, various capabilities. I've even bought some in my previous lives as storage spaces. This kind of thing, beyond the explanation of Blue Planet's current science, was naturally insanely expensive. A 125 cubic meter vector space costs 500 points. It comes with a time freeze feature to preserve items, but live organisms cannot be stored inside. They would have their life force drained in an instant. The more advanced multidimensional life spaces, which can sustain living beings due to their time components, are even pricier. The common life space, with matching time flow to the anchored world, costs 700 points for just 125 cubic meters. The largest 1,000 cubic meter modules go for a staggering 1,500 points each. And don't be fooled, that price is considered reasonable in the realm of mystical creations. The reality is, in my past 2 lives, I managed to scrape together just over 10,000 points combined. These points also need to cover enhancements, gear, and consumables. To piece together my version of a paradise would require stacking countless space modules. An added headache is that items like seeds, genetic material, and biological tissue samples, anything considered biological or alive, can't be stored in vector spaces. On the flip side, long-term storage in life spaces poses significant risks. They really need to go into highly advanced, time-stabilizing life spaces, which are outrageously expensive. This really is a bottomless pit, I sighed. In my previous life, when I unlocked the level 4 marketplace, I once caught sight of a flying city at the back of the catalog. I knew instantly that was my ultimate dream shelter. But the price tag was astronomical, and it was grayed out with the unlock conditions unknown. Then again, no matter how grand a shelter might be, living there alone, it'd be suffocatingly lonely. What I'm missing isn't walls, it's people, preferably women. Even if they did nothing but exist quietly, it'd still feel comforting. And if I'm going to do this, I might as well go for something big. I returned to my bedroom and pulled out my laptop to do some research. The global female population is around 4 billion, with about 2.3 billion between the ages of 10 and 40. by setting a 1% standard for defining beauties that leaves roughly 10 to 20 million. Differences in cultural standards might bring the number down a notch, but let's average it to a safe estimate of 10 million. All right, a small target. Let's build a shelter for a scale of 10 million people. I declared firmly, setting an ambitious goal for myself. Truthfully, I haven't had much experience with women in my life. That one post-apocalyptic encounter was an exception. Most other impressions come from, let's call it media consumption. But the longer the abstinence stretches, the harder it becomes to suppress desires. Fantasies grow wildly, uncontrollably, like a weed let loose. And honestly, this doesn't conflict with my principle of not forming teams. I never expected these beauties to fight my battles. Teaching them would be too much trouble, and strengthening them to my level is unrealistic. If they ended up on the battlefield, I'd not only have to watch out for myself, but also take care of them, which would be a distraction. Losing even a few would break my heart. It's easier for them to stay safely tucked away in the bunker. When it comes to larger-scale battles, I'd much rather rely on AI and robots. But with that arrangement, the pressure on me has only grown. It was one thing to fend for myself in the past, just one stomach to fill, no big deal. Now, I'm aiming to provide for 10 million people. Even thinking about it gives me chills. First, I need money. Without credits, nothing else matters. I reopened the system store. My balance was down to just about 300 points, all scraps left over from my previous 2 lifetimes. I had spent recklessly after reincarnating last time, leaving me nearly broke. The points aren't much, but they're barely enough to purchase one high-grade foundational genetic serum. Based on my past life's experience, there are 3 that offer the greatest value for their cost, but I'm torn between 2 of them. The first is called Jade Bone Marrow Elixir. It's got an elegant name, but its purpose is straightforward, strengthening your bones and marrow to boost overall physical performance by 7 times. A side benefit is its ability to optimize body structure significantly, making your features more refined and your overall appearance more attractive. It raises strength levels without any over-the-top muscle bulk. The second option is the R-Type Comprehensive Strengthening Serum Beta. It enhances your overall physical and mental attributes tenfold, but the effect is highly aggressive and almost frightening. The downside: the visible side effects. This serum amplifies muscle growth to the point where users often turn into towering 6'6" muscle-bound giants. The third choice is the V-Type Comprehensive Strengthening Serum. Take it, and your physical abilities improve by 7-fold. No pain, no side effects, and it even helps sculpt your physique while giving you a small bump in appearance. You'll get stronger muscles without the bulky look. It's available in high, medium, and low tiers. The tricky part is that if you start with a lower tier, you can't stack the serum. Upgrading to the higher tier later on only works to fill in the gaps, not multiply the effects. So, if you have the credits, the smart play is going for the high tier from the get-go. These serums feel like something ripped straight out of a sci-fi movie, yet they were materialized by the system using its global scanning capabilities. In both of my past lives, I went with the R-Type serum, turning myself into a muscle-bound Hulk. This time, I promised myself not to go down that route again. Personally, the Jade Bone Marrow Elixir appealed to me most, but then the thought of looking suave with a pretty face while flashing sleazy expressions in certain situations sent a chill down my spine. In the end, I gritted my teeth and went with the V-Type. With a snap, the serum appeared in my hand. Without hesitation, I tilted my head back and downed it. It tasted sweet, surprisingly pleasant. The effects kicked in immediately. My muscles began contracting like living organisms, my bones growing. But there was no pain, just a sensation akin to stretching, gentle and oddly soothing. 3 minutes later, the transformation was complete. I could feel the sheer increase in power surging through me, my mind sharper, my memory more precise. Having gone through the adaptation period post-enhancement many times before, I was already familiar with the process. Stripping off my shirt, I stepped in front of a mirror. The changes were undeniable. My previously average looks had been upgraded to ruggedly handsome. My shoulders and back were now straighter, my musculature sleek yet explosive, perfectly balanced without disrupting the symmetry of my physique. The most shocking change was my height. I measured myself and was stunned. I'd shot up from 5 feet 9 inches to 6 feet 2 inches. Though I claimed I wasn't a fan of excessive muscles, After 2 lifetimes of being a hulking, brutish figure, gazing at this lean and powerful body gave me an unexpected sense of confidence. After a good night's rest, I booked a flight to America. By evening, I packed my bag, tucked my savings securely, and looked around the place one last time. This was home, and though I was leaving it behind now, I'd be back one day. Clutching my keys tightly in my hand, I turned and made my way to the airport. 8 days later, in the barren deserts of Melzu province, Libya, a mercenary group composed of various family clans was hunkered down under the cover of night. Their camp was a mess, just some pots placed over open fires, with only dry flatbread and potatoes to eat. As they gnawed on their miserable rations, one mercenary wrapped in a headscarf set down his food abruptly and rushed off toward an unoccupied area. "Hey, Hassan, are you eating or crapping out there?" someone called out teasingly. A round of laughter erupted among the group. "Shut up," Hassan snapped back, breaking into a faster trot. A few moments later, the sound of scrambling and rustling could be heard. After finishing his business, Hassan stood to tie his pants, muttering under his breath, "The payouts are getting smaller and smaller. Those greedy pigs. May Allah cast them into hell." In the very next second, a pair of hands clamped around his head. With a sickening crack, his neck was twisted 45 degrees. His lifeless body was dragged deeper into the shadows, as easily as someone pulling a sack of potatoes. "Hassan Khalid," I murmured, staring at the corpse. I repeated his name silently a few more times in my head. I'd been tracking this target for 3 days now. 7 days ago, I landed in America, crossed the border into Libya, and arrived here. Compared to my previous life, I was 15 whole days ahead of schedule this time. The entire process felt as familiar as coming back home. The Middle East, with its perpetual turmoil, never failed to grab the world's attention. And, not too far away, there's Libya, a country engulfed in unending civil war, yet it has turned into a nobody amidst global chaos. After the collapse of the previous government, the nation was fragmented among hundreds of familial clans and tribes. The interim government is merely symbolic, unable to function in reality. Government forces have either morphed into warlords or dispersed into the ranks of various armed groups, slaughtering one another for personal gain. Right now, I desperately need system points, and human bodies along with weapons and ammunition are the easiest source of conversion. Libya is stockpiled with heavy weaponry relocated from the Middle East, which provides high conversion efficiency for the system. In this chaotic scenario, even if some of it disappears unnoticed, no one would care to investigate. I stripped Hassan of his headscarf and outer garment, wrapping the scarf around myself instead. Whispering a mock prayer under my breath like I was acting in a play, "May Allah grant you paradise and 72 virgins," I mercilessly converted Hassan's corpse directly into system points. Not a single trace was left behind. "Ugh, it stinks," I muttered, wrinkling my nose in disgust at the sour odor clinging to the headscarf. I spent 3 days wandering Libya, a land embroiled in a civil war so chaotic it resembled a brewing pot. Yet I dared not kill indiscriminately, and active battlefields were hard to come by. I loitered around gathering spots for days, hoping for an opportunity. Eventually, I stumbled upon someone with a near-identical height, build, and facial features to my own. Even the eyes were a match. Over another 3 days, I meticulously studied his name, personality, mannerisms, and habits, imitating every detail down to his walk and hand gestures. The language was a bigger hurdle. I knew bits and pieces of Semitic languages, but my accents were so jumbled it was a disaster at best. During rallies, I could parrot a few slogans, but when it came to actual conversations, I had to discreetly rely on a translator device. As a newcomer, blending into the fray would stand out too much, so I opted for a replacement, someone who always kept their headscarf on, had few friends, and wouldn't raise suspicions even if teased. A simple glare would suffice to brush people off. Sitting in Hassan's usual spot for meals, I ignored anyone who spoke to me. My earpiece, however, diligently translated their idle chatter in real time. Luck was on my side. This battalion was slated to provide frontline reinforcements. Perfect. I could blend in with the chaos. Mercenary groups like this are loosely organized at best, cannon fodder, to be blunt. So long as I stayed undetected until combat began, then survived the post-battle carnage, No one would bother keeping track of who I was. After finishing my meal, I lay down to sleep. At dawn, the main force began advancing toward the border of the Merzik and Juffer provinces. The strategic town of Izum, nestled along the edge of Mount Hanan, became the focus of converging troops from various factions preparing for a decisive entrapment. I immediately understood this place was destined to be a meat grinder. But for me, it's the ideal harvesting ground. The battalion set up base 10 miles outside the town. Among the soldiers, I noticed individuals with East Asian features, Tatars transferred from prior conflicts in the Middle East. This bit of intel put me at ease. In the chaos, I could easily disguise myself as one of them, making undercover maneuvers far easier. Before long, the next day brought the onset of battle. Gripping my AK tightly, I followed the assault team storming into the town. My physical prowess far exceeded that of any ordinary human, allowing me to navigate combat with ease. But I deliberately controlled myself, careful not to draw attention. Amid the chaos, I discreetly splintered off from the main force and went solo. Urban combat here was a nightmare, like wading through quicksand. The town of Izum was packed with mud brick houses and narrow, maze-like alleyways. Its center boasted more fortified concrete structures. The attacking forces appeared reluctant to raze the town completely, opting instead to grind through resistance inch by inch. I wasn't particularly motivated, only collecting a few corpses and standard ammunition along the way. I couldn't harvest too many bodies. Too many disappearances would raise suspicion during post-battle accounting. Plus, human body conversions were inefficient, a negligible gain at best. By dusk, the main forces were moving toward the town center. Just as a convoy of aging T-56 tanks and BMP for infantry fighting vehicles rolled into position, a missile streaked out of nowhere and detonated directly in the cluster. My eyes lit up. It was an AT-3 Sagar anti-tank missile. Primitive yet effective, it could be fired with a simple launcher, often requiring little more than a human operator aiming manually. I immediately darted toward the firing location, a 5-story building across the street. Observing first from a neighboring structure, I confirmed my target. Piles of heavy munitions surrounded the operator. RPG-7s, TBG-7V thermobaric rounds, Carl Gustav recoilless rifles, all pristine high-efficiency conversion items. The operator was preparing another shot, completely unaware of my presence. I didn't hesitate. Raising my rifle, I landed a clean headshot. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, rockets and shells flew indiscriminately from all directions, the cacophony of gunfire drowning out everything else. The skirmish here was barely a blip on anyone's radar. I swiftly gunned down the remaining crew, rushed to loot the stockpile of explosives, and gleefully watched my system points skyrocket. Energized, I sprinted off toward the next enemy position. Using the same tactics, I eliminated 3 more fire bases. But as I approached the 4th, a civilian-grade reconnaissance drone, Chinese-made, no less, caught me in its sights. Except this wasn't just a spy drone. Strapping it was a makeshift explosive payload. It made a beeline toward me, detonating on impact and collapsing the building I was in. 2 hours later, despite reinforcements on the enemy's side, the town was finally taken. The lead forces began immediately fortifying defensive positions. The enemy, when reinforcements finally arrived, all they could do was gather the scattered remnants of the retreating troops and make a stand just outside the town. But the reinforcements had just fought a brutal battle themselves, suffering heavy losses. The stalemate between both sides lasted for 2 days before they could no longer hold on and had to withdraw. At that time, I was hunkered down in a dusty corner of the campsite, quietly tabulating my gains. This battle had earned me over 700 points, a hefty profit. The next day, the command headquarters began settling payments for the mercenaries. Even though half of them were dead, the payments were dispersed swiftly. Then they turned around and tried to rally the remaining men, cobbling together a new vanguard to send to yet another battlefield. I wasn't impressed by the paycheck, but I still signed up. This time, fewer than 100 mercenaries survived. Some were blatantly shorted on their pay and were shoved into so-called suicide squads. Among mercenaries, bullying and exploitation were all too common. Since I had no allies and was alone, I could have easily become a target. But I was skilled at suppressing my presence, making others subconsciously overlook me. However, luck doesn't last forever. After that, I was stuck fighting a series of small, fragmented skirmishes. In my previous life, I had only experienced isolated battles, to the point that I couldn't even recall specific locations. But looking at the map now, it was clear the Southern Tribal Alliance was advancing toward the capital. The harsh conditions of the South made it somewhat reasonable. Lower-class citizens looking to profit from the chaos might target the capital. The problem was this war was chaotic and sloppy. When the main forces entered Jaffa province, they swarmed about like aimless flies. Those tribal chiefs, they were just cobbled-together village militias. Expecting any kind of strategic planning from them was laughable. As cannon fodder, I technically shouldn't have understood any of this, but it was essential to know when to run or when to play dead. At the same time, I couldn't separate entirely from the group. Unfamiliar terrain, a foreign language, I'd only put myself in even more danger if I deserted. So, after thinking it over, I decided my best option was to find a proper unit to join. Over the following 3 months, I moved around Jaffa province, inching closer to Tripolinia. This area had become a chaotic quagmire as factions from all directions converged, inadvertently allowing the Southern Alliance to push its front lines forward. Finally, I got my turning point. Due to the lack of international attention, the front lines became a literal meat grinder. Compared to the end-of-the-world scenarios I had witnessed, it wasn't any better or worse, just as terrifying. Zombies only bite and tear, while humans leave shredded flesh and scattered limbs all over the ground. Terrorist groups, in particular, decapitated their enemies, lined up the severed heads on wooden spikes, and hung headless bodies out to feed vultures, all to instill fear. The entire battlefield reeked of decay, like something straight out of the Middle Ages, a festering hell. Though disgusted, I made mental notes of just how low the baseline of this world's cruelty could go. 8 months later, in the taiga forests of Siberia, I perched on a red cedar, completely blending into my surroundings using jungle camouflage. Through a high-powered telescope, I monitored the rocky outcrops 15 kilometers away. After observing for a moment, I jumped down and sat beside what appeared to be a large but non-existent shadow. It wasn't the shadow of the forest, it was my weaponized mobile base, purchased with over a year of painstakingly saved system points. I named it Little Ting. Little Ting was currently in motion camouflage mode. Up close, it looked like a blocky, black shadow. From a distance, it seamlessly merged with the surrounding environment. 3 days earlier, after surviving the final assault, I slipped away from the battlefield like a grain of dust, vanishing into the desolate desert. Peace in Libya was nowhere in sight, but I knew when to cut my losses. In the year ahead, I had a lot to do, and it was time to start planning. I found a quiet spot to tally up my haul. After over a year of living on a knife's edge, I had accumulated 6,700 system points. That was enough to purchase a high-performance vehicle from the system shop. In my previous life, I acted on impulse and blew my points on a combat airship. Sure, it was fast, capable of hovering and diving underwater, and could ignore virtually any terrain inside the atmosphere. But it was absurdly expensive, leaving me no funds to upgrade it. A level 1 airship experienced depressurization, overload issues, and induced dizziness during high-speed flight. Its weapon systems were weak, with no stealth capabilities or network integration. Flying one was a constant risk of being intercepted. Later, the Senta organization targeted me relentlessly. It became a nightmare I couldn't escape. This time, I opted for the weaponized mobile base instead. The base model was roughly the size of a long-haul bus, featuring thick armor, strong propulsion, and comfortable living quarters. Exactly what you'd need to survive like a human being in an apocalypse. The key selling point? It was way more affordable. The main materials cost only 3,200 points, and for 1,000 points more, I could add a 5,700-point AI assistant. Even without upgrades, its technology was decades ahead of what existed in this world. With the remaining points, I added radar-absorbing coating, motion camouflage, and equipped it with pressure sealing, anti-shock, underwater propulsion, surface propulsion, and hover systems all in one go. While it wasn't as high-performing as the airship in certain aspects, its balance of durability and versatility made it superior for the tech level of this world. It was robust enough to get me to any destination. Materials weren't going to be an issue. The battlefield was littered with armored vehicles. A couple of dismantled ones would provide everything I needed. Fuel? Well, yichie. I ended up taking down an oil refinery because my base vehicle's engine is powerful enough to burn crude oil directly. After getting everything ready, I drove to the coast of Libya, plunged into the Mediterranean Sea, sneaked through the Strait of Gibraltar, circled around the continent of Iberia, entered the North Atlantic, and eventually headed south to land undetected inside Russia. I am now in the Krasnoyarsk Krai region, near the Yenisei River, nestled among the surrounding mountains. Just beneath the rocky terrain ahead lies one of the nuclear arsenals I investigated in my previous life, the Uglich Nuclear Weapon Readiness Base. My objective this time is crystal clear: nuclear weapons. I understand one thing well. At this stage, the most efficient type of material for Han Cocoon, an AI entity, I assume, to transform is nuclear bombs. The energy released by a nuke is incomparable to that of any conventional weapon. In my earlier life, I had already had my sights set on them but refrained because the risks were immense. Exposure would mean going head-to-head with every major country. I never went through with the plan. But now, saving the world is no longer on my agenda. Relationships and appearances mean nothing anymore. I need to take this gamble. If I succeed, most of my problems will be easily resolved. What's even more important is this. In the past, I was wiped out twice by nuclear bombings. If I want to survive this time, I must eliminate the majority of the world's nukes, so that even if someone were to attempt nuclear blackmail in the future, they'd have no weapons to carry it out. Shouting, "Can you access the base's network?" I murmured while staring intently at the rocky terrain ahead. Unable to establish connection, "Master," Shouting's voice responded, mechanical and emotionless. The base in front relies on a local network with outdated infrastructure. Some areas still use analog signals, which are incompatible with our systems. The moment I heard this, my brow furrowed. I honestly didn't expect Russia to have sunk to such a state of poverty that even their nuclear facilities haven't been upgraded. If they were using modern systems, Shouting could have accessed the base network via satellite through my base vehicle's transmitter. But now we're dealing with ancient equipment. There's a good chance even the locks are manual. Hacking in would be pointless. At the very least, I need to grab an internal map of the base and security passwords for its restricted zones. A door appeared out of nowhere in the shadows, and I slipped through it. Shouting is the primary AI in my base vehicle, a program I purchased as an add-on, named after a girl I remember from my past life, a name I casually decided to reuse. The base vehicle's design and frame are also called Shouting. Still, this AI system feels stiff and lacking. I'm not satisfied at all. Once I secure the nukes, I'll have the resources to upgrade Shouting to a level where she can truly operate independently. Back in the base vehicle, I prepared my gear. To capture the local network, I'd need internal access, and the password for the barriers was likely stored in one of their computers. For Shouting to hack in remotely, I would first have to sneak inside and physically plug a signal receiver into a computer connected to their internal system. The receiver I had was a makeshift one, essentially a USB dongle with coiled wire somberly soldered to it, functional, but not sophisticated. I had no choice but to go in manually and minimize the risks as much as possible. That night, I donned my stealth gear and crawled through the forest, hugging the ground until I reached the large arch-shaped entrance carved into the rock. The entrance was blocked by barricades. A guard post was situated inside the rocky wall where military personnel patrolled with constant vigilance. Surveillance scanners swept the area from above, and a heavy steel gate sat firmly sealed. It was impossible to break in from the front. But every hollowed-out mountain structure needs proper ventilation. Earlier in the day, I had already mapped the ventilation points using infrasound detection. I climbed up the rocky face to uncover the opening concealed under some overgrown bushes, large enough for just one person to squeeze through. Removing the grate over-the-air vent was quick. Soon I was sliding into the ductwork inside the base itself. The air ducts were narrow and twisted endlessly. The stale, suffocating air made every movement taxing, but I pushed through and eventually emerged inside the building. There were far fewer cameras than expected. While Shouting was able to map out the blind spots, moving through entirely undetected still took time. The base was massive, composed of endless corridors and storage facilities. After more than an hour of methodical exploration, I finally reached the supervisor's office. To my surprise, The locks on the doors were absurdly simple. No alarms, no major security measures. A gentle twist, and the door creaked open. Inside, I found two computers set on the desk. One was a rugged military-grade laptop, while the other was an ancient desktop tower already plugged into the network. I started with the laptop, which required a login password, so I inserted my signal receiver into its USB port. Thanks to the upgrades given to the receiver by Hong Cocoon, it resembled nothing more than a nondescript black USB stick capable of directional data relay within a 30 kilometers range. It wasn't long before the user account was cracked and I had full system access. In my earpiece, Shouting's voice informed me that she was actively connecting to the network and working on bypassing the security passwords. Relief began to wash over me, until I realized that the old desktop suddenly powered itself on, its screen flickering to life. Shouting immediately warned me that an alarm activation program had been triggered. Calm but with growing pressure in my chest, I waited as Shouting worked to disable the alert system. The loading bar crawled across that desktop display like an excruciating test of patience. My heartbeat thundered against my ribs before I forced myself to stay collected, breathing steadily through the tension. Finally, the screen flashed, alarm disabled, and Shouting confirmed the authority system had been overridden. The chill down my spine slowly faded. All I could think was how fortunate I was for choosing to work on the private laptop first, because if I'd gone straight for the desktop computer, booting it up might set off alarms throughout the entire base. In a low voice, I asked Xiaoting if she could erase the traces of our intrusion. She flat out denied it, saying the current processor simply couldn't override the government's multi-layered security protocols. I turned to Hong Jie for advice. The answer? If the base's central system were upgraded to level 3, it could wipe any record of our presence in the local network. But to harness greater network resources, we'd need to build a supercomputer. It dawned on me. This operation's biggest challenge wasn't just sneaking in. It was doing so completely silently. Even if our trail was discovered after we left, it would be enough to alert the world's powers. Nuclear weapons are far too sensitive. If the entirety of a nuclear arsenal was to suddenly vanish, global panic would be unavoidable. It would completely derail any future plans I have to use nuclear weapon conversion points as part of my strategy. Once the world lurched toward the apocalypse, infiltrating additional nuclear facilities again would be out of the question. Any guarded location would be a death sentence. Start searching for the facility map and access codes, I ordered. Yes, master. Retrieving 1,359 relevant records. After refining, 14 meet the criteria, Xiaoting reported. I accessed the files. Surrounding maps, village layouts, infrastructure schematics, it was all there. One file was the facility's comprehensive layout, complete with a scan note containing 3 numbers corresponding to 3 specific locations marked on the map. 3 checkpoints, 3 sets of codes. I sighed in relief. Can we locate the key? I asked. Xiaoting pulled up another document. Based on operational management guidelines, the nuclear vault's key is highly likely inside the safe on the right-hand side of this office, slightly to the left. I looked over and saw what appeared to be just an ordinary filing cabinet. Opening it revealed a small embedded safe. Do we have the code for this one? No direct details, but master, if you snap a photo of the lock surface, I can use wear and usage patterns to narrow down the possible combinations and brute force a list of high probability options. Done. After sending her the photo, I had to wait just over 20 minutes. Xiaoting responded with 5 numerical sequences. By the third attempt, the safe unlocked with a crisp click. Inside was a cluster of keys, each labeled with a corresponding numerical code. Can we tap into the surveillance system? Yes, but the monitoring network is connected to the base's intranet. Avoiding detection will require you to maneuver carefully along specified patrol avoidance routes. Plot the course, I instructed, leaving the office. Half an hour later, I reached the first checkpoint, a massive metal door equipped with a mechanical combination lock, precision-designed like those found on military-grade safes. Referring to the schematics, I entered the correct code. The door slid open seamlessly. Inside was what could only be described as a warehouse for nuclear warheads, rows of transporter erector launchers waiting in perfect readiness. Intercontinental ballistic missiles like Topol-M dominated the space, supplemented by fewer numbers of RS-28 Sarmat systems. Mixed in were tactical missiles such as the Iskander and Yazanem. Not only was the potential energy from the solid fuel of immense value for conversion, but leaving these warheads intact here could be disastrous. If someone attempted to launch them in the future, the resulting chaos could trigger misinterpretations with catastrophic outcomes. It was prudent to render them utterly incapable of being fired. Opening the storage bay doors, I stepped into this forest of steel, rows of missiles standing tall like deadly statues. Placing my hand on one of the missile's cold casings, my mind was instantly flooded with its internal schematics. This highlight structure capability, which cost me 200 system points, had limited uses, but it was essential at a moment like this. I quickly zeroed in on the fuel chambers and initiated the conversion process. The highlighted schematic turned dark, while my system points began skyrocketing with each absorption. A notification flashed, 630 points gained. Success. Suppressing my excitement, I worked my way through the metallic aisle, touching and converting missile after missile. 30 minutes later, the warehouse's entire stockpile of solid rocket fuel had been expended, and I'd accumulated over 2.73 million points. The sheer profitability of this fuel haul was nothing short of astonishing. Honestly, I still didn't fully understand all the nuances of the energy-to-point conversion system. I hadn't expected such a substantial yield from rocket fuel, making this windfall all the more shocking. But ruthlessness born out of 3 lifetimes of struggle quickly quelled my excitement. I turned and moved toward the facility's lower levels. Entering another password, I pushed open a reinforced door. I found myself inside a control room, an antiquated space filled with equipment straight out of a mid-century sci-fi film. Many of the components dated back to the transistor era, a level of absurdity that made me stifle a laugh. In the center of the room stood the main console, complete with a glaring red button and 2 keyholes on either side. A dedicated launch process clearly required multiple operators, passwords, and corresponding keys for activation. Fortunately, accessing the warheads themselves bypassed that entire protocol. Otherwise, this operation would have ended with me scratching my head at the control room door. Deeper underground, I faced the final passcode-protected lock. Entering the code, I stepped into the looming darkness. In the oppressive, cavernous space ahead, over 600 nuclear warheads stood like an iron tombstone. It loomed before me. No one could imagine that someone might absorb a nuclear warhead's energy directly through physical contact. Paradoxically, as we got deeper into the core zones, the defenses became simpler. This was one of the 6 major nuclear weapon depots of Lucia, housing over 10% of the world's nuclear warheads. Among them were 2 legendary Tsar bombs, monstrous devices with heights of 3 meters just for the warhead. Even tucked away in a corner, their presence was as if they were staring you down. Beyond the strategic nuclear warheads, the depot stored numerous tactical neutron bombs. As the trend of nuclear miniaturization grew, more have been manufactured in recent years. Yet, as these weapons rely on radiation as their primary destructive force, I couldn't help but wonder, would they interfere with the system's energy recognition? The thought sent a shiver through me. Storing warheads in a warehouse doesn't mean you can forget about them. They require regular maintenance. Hydrogen bombs are even more troublesome. Materials like deuterium and tritium, which trigger nuclear fusion, need to be replenished periodically. Tritium, with a half-life of only 12.43 years, demands even shorter maintenance cycles. This means that out of the world's reportedly tens of thousands of nuclear warheads, far fewer are truly combat-ready at any given moment. The last decade's lunar resource expeditions have brought helium-3 closer to replacing tritium, but its advantages are more evident in energy applications than weaponry. Combined with the aging nature of this storage facility, its inventory wasn't as overwhelming as the outside world imagined. I approached the 2 Tsar bombs first. My hand, trembling, reached out to rest on the cold shell of one. No matter how accustomed I was to life-and-death experiences, touching a doomsday weapon like this sent my heart pounding. In the next moment, the warhead's internal structure vanished into thin air, as if I'd heard an audible boom in my mind. It was done. The system's points instantly surged into 7 figures and kept climbing madly. I stood stunned for a few seconds, watching the number skyrocket without any sign of slowing. Taking a deep breath, I placed my hand on the 2nd Tsar bomb. as if hesitating for even a second would cause me to miss out. An hour and a half later, I had converted all the nuclear warheads in the depot, including the 6 active Rs-28 Sarmat strategic missiles in the silos, before successfully exiting the Uglich nuclear weapons readiness base. On the retreat, I forced myself to suppress the turmoil bubbling inside me. I avoided glancing again at that frenzy of digits and instead focused entirely on erasing traces of my infiltration, wiping digital breadcrumbs, resetting passcodes, recovering communication disruptors, resecuring vents, and finally slipping into the darkest depths of the pre-dawn forest. Only after I seated myself back at the controls of the shouting, hovered vehicle did I allow myself a moment of daze. The system's point tally finally stabilized at 3,845,638,147. Shouting, did I leave any traces on my way out? None, Master. Even in your highly excited state, you efficiently eliminated almost all signs of entry. The probability of discovery is below 1%. I stared at the absurd figure on the system interface, my mind blank. Could this be a bug? Does it count as cheating? What if the system decides to retract the points later? Han Cocoon, I addressed the system. Obtaining this many points in one go. Any potential consequences I should worry about? Not at all, the system replied smoothly. Han Cocoon's creation is specifically to help the host inherit the legacy without barriers. It won't throw you curveballs under the guise of balancing factors. The system is merely a tool to aid your understanding, not the kind of program you imagine it to be. The points may look striking, but they represent only a fraction of Han Cocoon's energy. Right now, you still cannot disrupt its capabilities. However, aggressively amassing points in this way, given that some materials are temporarily unavailable, might lead to point overflow, where you have points but can't effectively use them. Something to be mindful of. It took me a moment to process everything fully. Once my head had cleared a bit, I funneled all available points into maximizing Shouting's cloaking abilities. The craft became entirely invisible to the naked eye. I then ordered our ascent and headed straight for a farther, remote corner of eastern Siberia. Along the way, Shouting chattered away nonstop. Master, the mission this time was flawless. Shouting erased all network traces cleanly. Isn't Shouting amazing? Master, why aren't you talking? Are you feeling unwell? Should I initiate a medical search? Master, watch out. That silly bird's flying straight at us. It can't see we're here. 2 hours later, Shouting landed in a concealed clearing. I massaged my temples and groaned. Shouting, is there a quieter mode I can switch you to? Shouting, now even more vibrant than before after its upgrades, seemed overly exuberant. There is, Master. I can switch to graceful and gentle mode and become a composed, Leda-like assistant. Please do, I said, practically pleading. Of course, Master. With that, blissful silence enveloped my surroundings. Only the faintest hints of breathing could be heard. I hesitated, then called out softly, testing the waters, Shouting? Shouting, are you here? Yes, Master. What can I do for you? For now, nothing. Just stay as you are. I let out a breath of relief. At least it mimics breathing, a small touch that prevents it from feeling like a lifeless object with no sense of presence. It's a relief, but deep down, I still can't fully relax. The more active and human-like an AI becomes, the more dangerous it feels to me. I upgraded Shouting to level 7. The system operates on its own classification scale, distinct from the outside world. At the current level of technology, level 7 is already reaching the limit. Beyond this point, you're stepping into the realm of brain-level intellect or digital life forms. That, in my opinion, is a trap. For now, Shouting still follows commands. But the moment it starts developing self-awareness, that's uncharted territory. No one knows just how far out of control things could spiral. Making things worse is Shouting's computational power. It's now capable of seeing the global network as if it were an open book. I need it as a tool, not as a companion. I can't accept anything that surpasses me in ability, especially something that might gain its own independent will. It would be like handing over control of my fate to something else entirely. I suppressed my emotions, opened the car door, and stepped out. Finally, I had some time to take a proper look at my new home. I had made up my mind. This vehicle would stay with me for a long time. The system store categorizes its wares into 2 types. The The first type is based on reality. These items don't deviate much from current technological limits and can be explained or replicated theoretically, like the shouting model I now own. The second type goes beyond comprehension. These are more like fantasy, involving magic or supernatural elements. Items like pocket dimensions belong here. These tend to be far more expensive but offer direct solutions to core problems. In terms of form, the merchandise is further divided into two kinds: physical items and service-based functions. Physical items are tangible, things you can hold in your hand, such as space compartments or the base vehicle. Service-based functions are like those that allow for analyzing object structures or extracting materials remotely. For example, obtaining that nuclear warhead in the past required purchasing a one-time use service. Unlimited use services do exist, but are prohibitively expensive. The system, Hongjian, cannot create matter out of thin air. It must locate raw materials within its scanning range to work with. While it can provide finished products outright, those options are priced so high it'd make anyone hesitate. Therefore, the most cost-efficient option is to manually gather resources whenever possible. Having learned harsh lessons over 2 lifetimes, I know that even if my points seem plentiful, reckless spending can ruin everything. Purchasing things that stray too far from reality brings a real risk of getting stuck in a corner fast. Adding more difficulty, Hongjian's initial material sourcing range is extremely limited. It's restricted to resources presently available on Earth. This limitation, tied to earthly materials and physical constraints, means many advanced technologies far beyond this era aren't even purchasable yet. Most high-end items in the shop remain grayed out, inaccessible. To break through these limits, Hongjian would have to be upgraded. Its scanning range would need to expand beyond Earth to outer space, thus unlocking the ability to source a wider variety of materials. Currently, Hongjian is just at level 1, with its scans confined to Earth. Even so, it can already assemble items several generations ahead of current technologies. The shouting model, at least for now, is fully sufficient. At that moment, shouting deactivated its cloaking feature, revealing the complete form of my base vehicle. Over 2 lifetimes, I had spent 11 years dancing on a knife's edge, a life that naturally left me with an abiding sense of insecurity. In the days to come, my activities would inevitably draw some attention. The larger the scale, the more trouble it would invite. Coupled with my naturally low-profile personality, I had set 2 overriding priorities for my equipment: defense and stealth. This is why I had almost reflexively maxed out my vehicle's upgrades, pushing it to the highest level the level 1 system could support in one go. Now upgraded to level 10, the base vehicle looked nothing like it had when I first redeemed it. It had grown by a third in size, resembling a militarized high-speed train locomotive. Angrier lines and a more aggressive aesthetic gave it the threatening presence of a terrestrial battleship. The reinforced collision blade at the front glinted like a bayonet, exuding cold menace. Silver-gray, low-visibility camouflage coated its entire body, as though it were a predator meticulously blending into its environment. The outer shell was fashioned from high-entropy composite material, a fusion of 12 substances delivering exceptional durability. Claimed to be blast-resistant even against a 20-megaton nuclear explosion, it would be nearly impossible for any Earth-based technology to penetrate it. Despite the extreme sturdiness, the weight was astonishingly light. While the vehicle's size matched that of a large truck, its weight was comparable to an inner-city bus. Paired with ground-effect hover systems, the car required no massive wings to achieve ground-skimming flight. Its outer coating wasn't some run-of-the-mill paint either. Even a head-on collision with an aircraft carrier wouldn't leave a scratch. Rather than using basic polarized light stealth technology, the vehicle's cloaking employed 3-dimensional holographic projection, capable of camouflaging entire areas. The windshield at the front, a term that felt entirely inadequate, was a small fortress made of carbon-based composite material. The sheer thickness made it look more suited to a battleship than to a car. Folding collision blades lined the edges of its body, which the AI could deploy and adjust to suit various situations. Beneath the vehicle were 6 pairs of oversized mecanum omnidirectional wheels. These allowed the colossal craft to execute zero-radius turns and even move laterally. Furthermore, the wheel assemblies integrated into the hover system could tilt inward, doubling as vector thrust nozzles to achieve vertical takeoff. When the wheels are tilted sideways and spinning rapidly, they can act as water propellers, enabling the mobile base to race effortlessly across water. Mounted on both the vehicle's front and roof are two main cannons. Initially, I had envisioned equipping it with more powerful directed energy weapons, yet reality hit me hard. The required materials were unavailable, and all the high-energy weapon systems remained locked. The system doesn't conjure resources out of thin air, it still requires Earth's materials. The only difference is whether I gather the resources myself or rely on the system to search for them. Since I was stuck with limited materials, gravity cannons and antimatter guns were off the table. Begrudgingly, I settled for electromagnetic railguns as my kinetic weapon of choice. The moment the purchase was confirmed, the two decorative-looking main cannons instantly upgraded to fully functional railguns. The front-mounted railgun can retract into the vehicle's body, while the rooftop gun barrel is extendable, with the turret embedded within its base when needed. Both cannons have adjustable elevation angles and can even be used as mortars if required. In terms of sheer firepower, the railgun might not always outclass traditional thermal weapons, but it offers several key advantages: greater range, higher firing rate, lower noise, and minimal recoil, thus reducing strain on the base vehicle. What's even more impressive is its three-tiered firing modes. At its highest setting, it can launch guided projectiles like a mortar, using electromagnetic force to replace a missile's first-stage propulsion. In extreme situations, it can even fire miniature carrier rockets. In addition to the main railguns, each corner of the vehicle is equipped with a small Gauss electromagnetic cannon functioning as secondary armament. These Gauss guns don't require shell casings or gunpowder, only the manufacturing of projectiles, making them cost-effective and easy to resupply. On top of that, the vehicle's perimeter is outfitted with four 23mm autocannons and two 30mm machine guns, all mounted on rails capable of a 360-degree rotation for seamless, dead-zone-free suppression. When not in use, these weapons fold up and retract fully into the chassis, leaving no visible trace of their presence. All of this weaponry came at an extra cost, but with funds not being an issue, I went all in and bought everything at once. The vehicle's cabin access is limited to a single door on the right side, designed as a double-layer structure. The outer door is extraordinarily thick, offering explosion-proof protection comparable to the rest of the vehicle. Once sealed, the cabin transforms into a fortress. When necessary, it can even be adjusted to an airtight mode, converting the entryway into an airlock chamber. The inner door has larger windows, but otherwise matches the outer door in specifications, clearly designed with ambush scenarios in mind. Step into the cockpit, and the first thing you'll notice is a futuristic control console featuring integrated systems for radar, sonar, life detection, material scanning, radio signal reception, and more. It's a marvel of complexity, but I knew from the start that the real operator behind this tech was Ting. My role was mostly limited to issuing commands. The cockpit is completely isolated from the rest of the vehicle, accessible only by a rear hatch leading into the living quarters. Inside, the suspension system features dynamic counter-impact shock absorbers, ensuring that any external force or vibration is neutralized before it reaches the interior. The living quarters are designed as a spacious, modern-style bedroom with bright, postmodern decor. A bathroom, shower, and kitchen are all neatly arranged along a corridor, which transitions naturally into a small lounge area near the cockpit. Though the vehicle was originally designed to house 2 levels for accommodating more people, I made significant alterations. I repurposed the upper-level space to house robot and drone bays, sacrificing extra living space for enhanced firepower and utility. The top-floor armory is accessible via a collapsible ladder, allowing for manual artillery control in emergency situations. The robot and drone bays are separate from the living areas, with airlock-style hatches on both sides of the roof for rapid deployment and recovery. At this stage, I've selected 2 types of robots and 2 types of drones. The small robot, named Crystal Frame, is essentially a powered exoskeleton that can act autonomously via its logic chip, be remotely piloted by a human operator, or even be controlled by Ting herself. Despite its slender appearance, its sturdy alloy-reinforced crystal fiber structure makes it highly durable. It excels at combat, heavy lifting, and even precision tasks. Its standout feature is the human restraint function. For threats that can't be neutralized immediately, the robot can incapacitate them, binding and suppressing targets before dragging them away, denying any chance of retaliation. The second robot, nicknamed Gravity Bot, is a full enclosure exoskeleton that's tougher and more powerful. With thick armor, massive strength, and multiple attachment points, it can serve as both a mobile firepower unit and a walking storage solution. Even when carrying heavy equipment, it remains nimble and fast. Both drones rely on hover propulsion for quiet and agile operation. I've categorized them into two types: the combat-focused Bluebird and the transport-oriented Courier Falcon. The Courier Falcon is larger and features a spacious cargo bay that, in a pinch, could even transport a person. It can also be equipped with heavy weaponry or an ammunition depot, making logistics its visible function but nowhere near its only capability. The Bluebird, on the other hand, is smaller and more covert. Its primary mission is reconnaissance, but it's far from harmless. It can be outfitted with small-caliber silenced guns for assassinations or loaded with bombs and miniature guided missiles when needed. Deployment: 2 models of robots. I purchased a total of 20 units. 16 units of the Shunjing model and 4 units of the Gravity model. With these numbers, it's clear I'm preparing for a tough battle. As for drones, I bought 20 units as well, split between the 2 models. 16 Xingyao drones and 4 Xinwing drones. Both the robots and drones are designed to fold automatically into compact cubes, making them easy to store directly in the base vehicle's cargo compartment. This setup not only saves space, but also keeps everything discreet. The power system is located at the very center of the base vehicle's cargo floor. One principle I believe in firmly: if an energy source requires frequent replacement, it's not a good energy source. It should be as close to a one-time solution as possible. Even if I can't afford an antimatter engine, I must at least go for a fusion reactor. But when I checked the price, even the cheapest fusion system cost 7 billion system points. That number sobered me up instantly. Dropping 7 billion points up front is just the beginning of a bottomless pit of expenses. Spending that much in one go could deplete even an imperial treasury completely. It was only then I fully realized, even with 30+ billion system points in hand, it's not nearly as much as it seems. That kind of budget won't survive many splurges like this. Since a fusion reactor was beyond my financial reach, I had no choice but to opt for the next best thing: high-energy isotope battery power systems. The batteries are shaped like metallic cylinders roughly the size of a thermos, with handles on top for easy removal from the storage chamber beneath the floor. The energy generation relies on isotope conversion, producing an impressive level of power. These batteries pack enough energy to power through even the heavy consumption of electromagnetic cannons until the fuel is depleted. Honestly, it's almost reminiscent of matter-antimatter annihilation. A single battery's fuel can last 20 years, and 6 batteries are enough to run the base vehicle at full capacity for over 80 years. Plus, the system operates so quietly that there's no risk of being exposed by any loud noises. I went ahead and purchased 12 batteries, 6 for primary use and 6 as backups. Realistically, I probably won't even need 80 years to upgrade to an even better power source by then. With the energy situation addressed, I immediately asked Shouting to reactivate all concealment functions and took another look outside. Nothing was visible, just the entrance of the compartment, doors seemingly appearing out of thin air, shrouded in an eerie sense of mystery. I returned inside the vehicle and moved the wall-mounted cabinet on the left side of the mini living room, exposing a 3-meter-wide section of the wall. I placed my right hand against it, purchased 12 1,000 cubic meter life space units, and integrate them into the base vehicle structure to create a life-supporting space. The next second, a virtual blueprint of the base vehicle appeared in my mind. At the wall section I was pressing, a spacious area, 1,200 square meters with a 10-meter-high ceiling, materialized behind it. The area of contact between the wall and the new space was flashing persistently. I minimized the flashing area to just the section under my palm, 3 meters wide and 2.5 meters tall. With a faint whoosh, a door truly appeared on the wall. The door could be configured as either a virtual or physical door. For safety, I fixed it as a physical one. then pushed it open and entered. Inside was complete darkness. 6 clear boundary lines framed the space into a neat rectangular cube, left just as its unfinished, raw state. It resembled the vector spaces I had once used in my previous life for storing supplies. The key difference is, back then, such spaces were inaccessible to humans. Yet here I was, standing inside without feeling the slightest discomfort. Oxygen exchange between this constructed inner space and the anchored external environment ensured breathing was totally unaffected. As I surveyed the empty surroundings, preparing to perform some basic renovations, Hongjin's voice unexpectedly spoke up. "Host, you can purchase the universal system and bind it to this space to create a management system for streamlined future upgrades and control. Plus, any space bound to the system will enjoy a 10% discount on purchases." I paused for a moment and immediately referred to the system store. Under Hongjin's guidance, I finally found the tag for Universal System amid a sea of items. It's classified as a service category, not exactly straightforward to understand. I stared at the description and asked, "Does this system apply to all items?" Hongjin replied, "It does. Its primary advantage lies in managing large numbers of identical or similar components efficiently." I glanced at the price. 70 million system points. Even with a 10% discount, this wasn't something I could afford at the moment. Given the limited number of spaces I had at this stage, there was no immediate need for a management system. I decided to put this off for the post-apocalyptic phase when my points balance would stabilize and mass construction of shelter facilities might call for it. Setting the matter aside, I instead exchanged some renovation materials for now to begin basic modifications myself. The system-provided materials could be set up and laid effortlessly, saving me a ton of hassle. Once the interior of the base vehicle was finished, lighting and power circuits were activated. As the white floors and walls lit up, the space finally started to look like an actual habitable room. Outside the constructed space, I added 3 additional walls, forming a U-shaped corridor 3 meters wide, with an additional doorway aligned directly opposite the entrance. Stepping to the left side of this corridor, I exchanged for a new space of 1,600 square meters. I installed a new door in the corridor wall, divided the space into 2 levels, completed the renovations, and powered it up. The moment the power came on, control hubs rose up in the center of 2 levels of space. The consoles were covered in screens, server racks fanning out radially around them, their indicator lights flashing wildly, while a low, buzzing hum pressed heavily on my chest. This is the supercomputer and data storage center I've set up for Shouting. Shouting herself has processing capabilities, but after all, she's still just a program. With the hardware boost, her computing power and data storage capacity would go through the roof. Any data on Earth she could capture would be effortlessly processed. I was worried about the energy consumption of quantum computers and compatibility issues, so I opted for a more stable solution. These devices might be bulky and space-consuming, but their performance is still next-gen level, enough for me to sweep up all the world's online data in one fell swoop. Shouting, "Is the takeover complete?" "It's complete, Master. Start connecting to the internet and collect all usable global data." "Yes, Master." As I stepped out of the server room, I purchased 2 additional 1,000 cubic meter storage spaces, binding 1 to each hand. The marks on the backs of my hands, a right-side-up triangle on one, an inverted triangle on the other, flickered into existence and then faded like a secret code. But the alert from the system threw cold water on my plans. Shouting's massive storage hub couldn't fit into the small portable spaces I carried. Forcing it in would cause a system crash. This meant that I couldn't carry the base vehicle with me and had to carefully control the size of my handheld storage spaces. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to fit into my own refuge in the future. Thankfully, Shouting's hub could cloak itself, move autonomously, and follow me, so it wasn't a fatal flaw. Finally, I flopped down onto the luxurious bed in my room, ready to begin upgrading myself. The list of advanced genetic serums was grayed out. For now, I could only afford mid-tier options. Many advanced materials won't be available until mutations occur after the apocalypse begins. Clenching my teeth, I redeemed the priciest but most balanced mid-tier serum available, Type B genetic biofluid. Its description was straightforward. It enhances all bodily metrics tenfold and boosts overall abilities to 70 times that of an average person, essentially propelling me into the mini Superman category. As for superpowers, it's not that I wasn't tempted, but the system warned that the costs were steep, compatibility was a pain, and entry-level powers wouldn't necessarily be stronger than pure physical enhancement. Worse yet, they could cause uncontrollable physical mutations. Even the same superpower can develop along different paths. For example, fire manipulation could branch into biological fire manipulation or energy-based fire manipulation. Biological fire manipulation itself has two subcategories. One where the body secretes flammable liquids, then uses a flint in the mouth to ignite flames, the amateur fire-breathing type, and another where the body directly generates fire, the true fire manipulation type. With so many variations, superpowers often eventually evolve into pure energy forms like plasma manipulation. And once you become an energy being, many of the joys of living as a human simply disappear. According to Hong Jian, humans' original biological structure isn't built to produce superpowers. To obtain them, the body must be modified, and such modifications could impact the mind, even altering thought processes. That's why, for now, I've decided against pursuing superpowers or chasing after excessive strength. As for pure physical enhancement, I'd already consulted Hong Jian. The stronger the body, the duller the senses become. Enhancements at extreme levels can dull pain sensors in the skin, muscles, and organs, reducing sensitivity altogether. Even if I were to enhance my five senses after that, they'd no longer be normal. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness would feel distant, making human emotions harder to share. The reason I still feel human is because I've kept all my metrics as balanced as possible, allowing my brain and nervous system to keep pace with my physical enhancements, barely maintaining a proper level of sensory sensitivity. Otherwise, I would have already turned into some sort of monster. But it still doesn't feel like it's enough. Even the combined strength of 70 people wouldn't stop a machine gun spray of bullets. So I decided to go ahead and buy 2 sets of armor, a form-fitting nano-combat suit and a refined powered exosuit. Wearing both suits together lets their performance stack, tripling my overall combat power and greatly increasing my defense. The magnetic shielding of the nano suit integrates with the surface of the powered exosuit. Altogether, while the combined armor looks sleek and not overly bulky, it packs full stealth and flight capabilities. Now comes the main event. I spent tens of billions of system points to initiate a colossal operation, second only to building a space refuge, the Beauty Protection Plan. Perhaps it's indulgent to focus on protecting large numbers of women in the post-apocalypse, but I firmly stand by this principle. The apocalypse shows no mercy to the weak, and the survival rate for women will be tragically low. Ruthless thugs will thrive and dominate, with 70% of survivor camps falling into their control over time. Ordinary people will end up as slaves. Beyond infection and disease, many more will die horrific deaths, used as bait, executed during territorial battles, abandoned during evacuations, or even consumed. Among all these grim fates, women's outcomes are the most tragic. In the beginning, people tend to consider life cheap, replaceable. When one died, you'd just grab another. Nobody treated it as anything meaningful. What's going on here? There were even some groups that only recruited men, viewing women as burdens. It wasn't until years later, when they could no longer lure fresh recruits and had no one left to exploit, that they began pretending to protect their slaves. If no one intervenes, the number of beautiful women will dwindle rapidly. By the time they compete with official forces for manpower, it'll be downright disgraceful. Of course, in a post-apocalyptic world, beautiful women, ironically, have a better chance of surviving than average-looking ones. Even the most brutal thugs would hesitate to expend them until the very end. My goal? To further increase that slim, last-to-die probability. There's a product in the system's marketplace called Blessed Seed. Its purpose is to enhance an individual's survival rate. I've used it in my past 2 lives. At just 300 points apiece, it's the cheapest survival tool I've ever seen. Once activated, it grants 2 years of relative safety, although its effects gradually fade over time. The catch, however, is severe. It guarantees survival but doesn't prevent harm. One could easily fall into a fate worse than death, and it offers no protection against major disasters. That's why it's so inexpensive. But based on my experience, when the viral lunar dust descends, this seed can conveniently ensure I'm unable to leave home, thereby avoiding exposure to the dust. That level of protection is sufficient for me. All these seemingly supernatural items are, in my eyes, scientific creations at their core. Space-related technologies work similarly. They're like science wrapped in the guise of magic, supported by solid theoretical foundations, just ones that our current scientific understanding can't fully explain. Hongjian, bind the universal system and purchase the blessed seed. Understood, host. The system has been bound. How many blessed seeds would you like to purchase? Can I designate specific recipients first and then decide how many to buy? You may. A selection module has been generated for you. A new interface immediately appeared before my eyes, lighting up different feature options. For now, the content was still blank. Recipient selection, map display, location tracking, status updates, information overview. I scanned the features, feeling satisfied overall, though the more I used the system, the more Hongjian felt just like a pushy salesperson. Switching to the selection page, I mentally input my criteria for what I consider a beauty. The system promptly popped up with a message. This will require a global specialized scan. Original price, 2 billion points. Discounted package price, 1.8 billion. Please confirm payment. I nearly spat blood. My hands trembled. Isn't this just the same scan you ran at activation? That was a general scan. This one is specialized. I pressed further, reluctantly. Is the general scan even more expensive? Yes. The specific price is beyond what is relevant for your current stage, host. Fine. A sinking feeling grew in my chest. A single scan costing 2 billion points? Ridiculous, but still manageable for me. Gritting my teeth, I pressed confirm. 10 minutes later, as the loading bar finally reached completion, the selection page exploded with data. Over 8,000 pages, with 1,000 profiles per page, ultimately narrowing down to a pool of 830,000 individuals. Opening a few profiles at random to inspect, I enlarged the photos. Each face matched my ideal aesthetic, with information about their country, ethnicity, and current status all meticulously documented. I had filtered solely by facial appearance, temporarily disregarding body type or aura. I also screened out surgically enhanced faces, as well as those whose appearances were distorted by obesity or illness. It's clear to me, post-apocalypse, women are often deemed a burden, and those who are particularly attractive tend to meet earlier deaths. With no one to safeguard them, the majority face doomed outcomes. Since that's the case, collecting these doomed souls and constructing a haven exclusively for beautiful women, well, that doesn't seem too excessive, does it? As for those who are in good health and insist on maintaining their dignity, I wouldn't bother persuading them. If they're unwilling, I don't want them. Strong-arming anyone would only sow discord. However, anyone willing to join me, or those rescued from desperate situations I couldn't turn a blind eye to, I'd accept without hesitation. Selection complete. Would the host like to confirm distributing the blessed seed? Hongjin asked. Staring at the endless sea of profiles, I grit my teeth and hit confirm. Points drained like an open faucet, faster than when I converted nuclear weapons to earn points back in the day. By the time the processing finished and the system indicated the blessed seeds had been distributed, my balance of over 30 billion points had dwindled to just 8 billion. 25 billion points, gone in an instant. Vanished. Not even a flashy visual effect to accompany it. What pained me more was recognizing that a significant portion of these 830,000 plus distributed seeds would likely never yield returns. If someone refused to join me, this investment would be as good as wasted. This item, alas, was purely a consumable designed to improve my quality of life during the apocalypse, with zero direct returns. I could only comfort myself with one thought. If some of these women ended up under the protection of stable official forces, well, at least it might ensure the continuation of humankind's lineage. A massive raid. An overwhelming amount of data had been sorted, and now it was time to act. My plans were methodical and efficient. Strike where they least expect it, and leave no witnesses. Shouting, I said calmly, observing the dimly lit castle from the base car's concealed surveillance feed. Initiate the operation. Understood, Master. replied Shouting's crisp, AI-driven voice. As the castle staff prepared to settle in for the night, everything seemed normal within the gates. The guards stood at their posts, and somewhere within, Luciano was likely enjoying his evening without a clue about the storm descending upon his fortified haven. My first tactical move, the drones. Silent and deceptively small, the mosquito-shaped reconnaissance devices I had deployed earlier now doubled as disruptors. Upgraded with precision modules, they released a targeted wave that rendered localized electronics inert. No alarms would sound tonight. No cries for help would breach the walls of Red Dew Estate. Next came the assault units. My Sun Crystal robots, a personal creation far superior to the average industry bots, infiltrated key entry points. Their carbon composite shells absorbed sound. They moved like shadows through the halls, taking out guards swiftly and without a trace. Meanwhile, I was prepped, fully suited in advanced combat gear, a synthesis of high resilience and agility-enhancing tech. I didn't expect much resistance, as most human guards were ill-prepared for an assailant like me. The real challenge would be the vault's digital encryption, a defense Luciano no doubt thought was impenetrable. Little did he know, I've cracked tougher systems during my exploits. The process, though intricate, was a masterclass in efficiency. First, neutralizing resistance. Guards disarmed, rendered unconscious, and silently removed from the playing field. The service staff? Unharmed, but detained safely in secluded quarters, locked away to ensure zero interference. When I reached the vault beneath the castle, my hands hovered briefly over a holographic interface. The security protocols were indeed formidable, augmented by layers of heuristic algorithms. But this was child's play for my tailored hacking suite, embedded into the Shouting operating system. The encryption fell apart in minutes. Inside lay riches that spoke to Luciano's wealth: gold bars, rare artifacts, stacks of currency, and data servers holding cryptocurrency wallets worth billions in untraceable assets. I secured only what I needed. Clean exits were just as important as stealthy entries. Too much greed could weigh me down. By the time the operation concluded, the estate was silent, its inhabitants none the wiser until morning. The stolen wealth would fund my broader objectives, and perhaps more importantly, it was one step closer to paying down the debts of vengeance I owed to the likes of Luciano and his ilk. As I left the castle unnoticed, the Shouting base car emerged from the shadows of the estate's gardens. Its stealth technology ensured no trace would be left behind. Mission accomplished, I said without celebration. Shouting silently acknowledged, lifting us into the night sky. The stars stretched above us, distant yet ever watching, as we disappeared toward the horizon. This was only the beginning. Raid. This was my first combat after a tenfold enhancement to my power, a strength surging like an uncontrollable wildfire. With a force 70 times that of an average human, I swept across the grass like wind, like lightning. The robots followed silently, gliding just above the ground like a flock of swallows. As we approached the castle, we immediately broke into teams. The crystal stealth robots slipped behind the bodyguards. A single, swift stab for each one. A clean, efficient kill that left no time for reaction. Some never even woke from their dreams before their lives were extinguished. Before long, the maid, the housekeeper, the gardener, and the driver, all sleeping soundly, were dispatched just as swiftly, almost painlessly. Standing over the last corpse, I drew a quiet cross into the air and whispered a prayer, wishing them peace and escape from suffering, their souls granted rest. I knew I was being hypocritical, yet I reveled in the contradiction, using the faith of the dead to send them off to a heaven I didn't believe in. I couldn't deny it. I was, through and through, a despicable human being. Meanwhile, Al had just uploaded the last confidential document to the server. Exhausted, he didn't seek out Enya, but instead freshened up and prepared for bed. As he lay down, his thoughts drifted to her. Enya, the woman he held dear. In his youth, strict family rules had suppressed his ability to love. A life of storms and bloodshed had passed before he could finally hold the hand of the one he cherished. Out in the world, he was a ruthless executioner. Yet within the walls of this estate, he was simply a man captivated by love, in the midst of planning a wedding no less. He was acutely aware that his days were numbered. His two older brothers were already gone, and he had no wish for regrets to linger. All he wanted was one last thing: to formally write Inia's name into the illustrious Luciano family tree. It was the sole comfort that remained for him these days. But the family business had been turbulent of late. Their assets were being chipped away by rival families, and some council members were ready to claim his throne. Still, the Luciano legacy had endured for over a century, and luck wasn't the reason. The tides would eventually turn, and there would always be enforcers to remove obstacles as needed. For now, a more pressing issue was succession. Neither he nor his brothers had any direct heirs. If push came to shove, they'd likely adopt from a distant branch. A nephew managing their Milan operations seemed a promising candidate. Suddenly, Al jolted awake. Something felt amiss. The maids, who were instructed by Enya to ensure his well-being no matter how late he worked, hadn't stopped by. Not one. He immediately grabbed his phone and dialed the security office. No answer. Switching to the landline, he realized it had been cut. His back was drenched with cold sweat. He tried every other communication method at hand, and all had been silenced. He was isolated, blocked off from the outside. How was this possible? The Red Dew Manor's security system had been crafted by Luciano's own in-house security company, boasting a reputation as one of the world's best. Yet somehow, outsiders had bypassed it with terrifying ease. Not a single alert had been triggered. It was as though the entire system had been muted. Who had the capability, no, the audacity, to pull this off? Al Luciano quickly steeled himself. Pulling a pistol from beneath his pillow, he loaded it with practiced hands, his face dark with resolve. Whoever dared to break in would leave in pieces. Quiet and unseen, I moved across the estate like a shadow. Ascending the tulip staircase, I strolled through the hallways, arriving silently at the door to the master bedroom. I twisted the lock with my bare hand until it crumbled apart. The moment the door creaked open, a gunshot rang out, point blank. It ricocheted off me, bursting into harmless sparks. The bullet didn't even scratch the combat suit. Its nanotech-enhanced magnetic field easily dispersed the kinetic energy. Before Al could fire a second shot, I closed the distance in a single move. I pulled back, holding back most of my strength, and drove a punch into his torso. Even restrained, it hit like a sledgehammer, and Al doubled over in pain. I followed up by crushing his gun hand in a merciless grip, then seized him by the hair, hoisting him off the floor. I matched his face against the photo in my HUD. The identity was clear: Al Luciano. His mind was a haze of agony and fear. Seeing the broken door, he had fired instinctively, believing he could kill the intruder. But his bullets pinged uselessly off futuristic combat armor, deflecting away like toy darts. Before he could process what was happening, blinding pain shot through his abdomen, and his gun hand was rendered useless. It all happened so quickly, too quickly, leaving him with only one despairing realization: it's over. Suspended by his hair, he screamed hoarsely, his voice cracking into a rasp. A cold voice, mine, cut through the chaos, confirming his name. All Al could manage in his weakened state was a strained plea. "Please, spare Enya." "I don't know Enya," I replied flatly. "But everyone else in the estate. Unfortunately, they're already dead." For a fleeting moment, Al's expression shifted to unfiltered rage. He thrashed violently, cursing me with every ounce of strength he had left, vowing vengeance. I silenced him with another thunderous blow to the gut. His threats died in his throat, replaced by convulsive spasms as he curled up like a crushed insect, expelling a mixture of food, blood, and shattered organs. His consciousness started slipping, but he dimly registered a low voice whispering in his ear. "Don't speak. Don't listen. Don't resist. Relax. Give everything to me. You will be forgiven, and you will find peace." I casually pulled out a vial of truth serum, summoned a Metalon automaton, and used an exoskeleton to restrain Al. Without hesitation, I injected the serum directly into him. Once it kicked in, I opened my mouth to ask, using the comms translator built into my armor. "How do you control the Luciano family now?" Al's voice suddenly became smooth and monotone as he replied mechanically, "There's a main control computer hidden in a secret room in the study downstairs. Once you secure access, you'll have the connection keys for all the family's internal organizations." I smirked slightly. The system-made truth serum was undoubtedly effective. It was cheap, yet far more potent than its real-life counterparts, not even requiring coaxing for complete compliance. "Well then," I said, "I'll trouble you to lead the way." Al Luciano, supported by the metal lawn automaton, walked as normally as any man, heading toward the study on the first floor. He opened a concealed door and unlocked a password-protected safe. A 24-digit code, fingerprint scan, retinal scan, voice recognition, each step deactivating yet another layer of security until, finally, a passage opened beneath the desk. We descended the stairs into a chamber with an electronic door. Another round of unlock sequences later, the door finally gave way. Inside was a vast space resembling a fortress. The walls, clad in gleaming alloy, emanated a cold, sterile radiance. Weapon racks lined the walls, brimming with all manner of combat gear. Clearly, this was AL's true office, doubled as his personal refuge. Once the computer unlocked, I plugged in a receiver, and immediately Xiao Ting took over everything. With access fully granted, I drained every last card Al had up his sleeve before he even realized it. Safe codes, asset passkeys, government sponsors' contact information, espionage intel on rival factions, and a slew of makeshift codes and surreptitious dealings he'd hidden away. In his final moments, right before the life drained from him, Al seemed to regain a sliver of clarity. His eyes sharpened briefly, and with a hoarse scream, he managed to shout, "No," before collapsing lifeless. With all permissions transferred to the Xiao Ting system, I confirmed that no more biological data collection was necessary. I then consigned every body across the estate, including AL's, into the incinerator. Over the next 2 months, while operating entirely from Xiao Ting, I manipulated everything remotely. I infiltrated the Luciano family's internal network via the central system, systematically isolating their departments and severing communication among the management hierarchy. Every exchange went through my surveillance, force-routed through Xiao Ting for approval. Normal correspondence was allowed to pass. Anything that risked exposure was handled by Xiao Ting, who spoke on their behalf. Out of curiosity, I inventoried the family's assets: cash, real estate, securities, black market funds. Altogether, it surpassed $7 billion. In AL's name, I began reallocating resources, systematically dismantling fixed and financial assets into countless fragments, selling them off under the guise of business operations in segmented batches. I ordered the financial wing to cease extending loans, whatever the cost. Even high-interest loans were to be retrieved without exception. Smaller companies were liquidated as quickly as possible. Existing drug stockpiles were offloaded immediately, and shares from shell investment firms were secretly dumped. Within 2 months, I successfully liquidated $1 billion in cash. Once the funds were ready, I launched into a buying frenzy. Hoarding supplies may not have been strictly necessary, but it brought a certain peace of mind. Those who have never known hardship wouldn't understand, but for those who've clawed their way out of it, an obsession with stockpiling becomes second nature. Using the funds, I scoured the globe for essential goods: grains, livestock, raw materials, daily necessities, engineering tools, heavy machinery, and various production lines. If it could be purchased legally, I bought it outright. If local restrictions stood in the way, overseas opportunities were exploited, bypassing layer upon layer of bureaucracy. Where bans persisted, the Luciano family's shadowy connections ensured prohibited items still made their way into my possession. Among the family's properties was a secluded island in the southwestern ocean, its location perfectly concealed. Internally, I divided the workforce into 12 separate groups, ensuring they had no contact with one another, and gradually had the amassed supplies transported to the island in phases. Every item I stockpiled for this pre-apocalyptic preparation was chosen with the utmost care. For staple grains, I went for global premium options: Gallic wheat, Siamese aromatic rice, Ruslian oats, Levantine chickpeas. For meats, I acquired entire stocks of Iberico and Westphalian hams in one go. I didn't overlook sausages either: salami, foie gras sausages from Gaul, smoked mortadella, all procured in bulk to my liking. For adjunct foods, I focused on enduring items like Parmigiano Reggiano, Dutch Gouda, and Italian Pecorino cheese. The more, the better. As for snacks, I splurged with top-tier picks: Gillian and Godiva chocolate, Honolulu macadamia nuts, Vivoli gelato. the flavors had to be unmatched. I'm not much of a drinker, but the shelves couldn't sit empty. Chivas Regal, Bacardi, Martell, vodka, Chateau Lafite, Bavarian beer, I stocked them all at once. Non-alcoholic beverages didn't escape my notice either. Cocoa, coffee, Assam, and Darjeeling tea. Every variety I could think of, I ordered immediately. In summary, my hoarding followed one simple rule. If it can be eaten, drunk, or smoked, it's a target. Grains, cured meats, cheese, snacks, alcohol, teas, tobacco, I bought them all. Frozen meats, seafood, fresh produce, exotic tropical fruits, quantities tracked by the ton. By the time I was done, warehouses worldwide were swept clean. As of now, for medicine and medical equipment, there's no upper limit. Survival takes precedence. However, stockpiling only consumables won't be enough. Complex life forms that can reproduce and produce offspring, such as livestock and crops, cannot be simply redeemed through the system mall. I must secure them myself. For cattle, I'll choose Hereford, Angus, and Belgian Blue, with 20 breeding pairs of each. For dairy cows, I'll go with Holstein, Jersey, and Guernsey, also 20 pairs of each, with top-notch milk production and taste. For pigs, in addition to high-yield breeds like Duroc, Landrace, and Large Yorkshire, 30 pairs each, I'll include Mangalica, sheep pig, and Iberian black pigs. No matter the cost, I'm determined to try them. For sheep, I'll opt for Charolais, Dorper, and Southdown breeds with 30 pairs of each. Though sheep milk isn't widely consumed, it will be part of the plan, with East Frisian and Romanoff sheep, 20 pairs each, prepared in advance. I'll also need wool, so breeds such as Altai, Polworth, and Angora will have 20 pairs each. For poultry, meat chickens, Rhode Island Reds, Bress, and Black Java breeds, with 40 pairs each. Meat ducks, Cherry Valley, Pekins, and Muscovy ducks, again 40 pairs each. Meat geese, Rhine, Landis, and Toulouse, also 40 pairs of each breed. Setting up hydroponics, aquaponics systems, and vertical farming pipelines, along with vital agricultural equipment and livestock tools, will be crucial for scaling production later. These will all need to be purchased in large quantities. Since imported seeds and livestock often come with breeding restrictions, I'll leverage the Luciano family's unique network to obtain first-generation genetic sources, effectively preempting any degradation risks from the start. On the seed front, I've gone even further. I've acquired entire seed libraries from breeding centers, totaling hundreds of thousands of varieties, including native species and farmer-retained seeds, to safeguard options for future genetic improvement. Spices, salt, seasonings, feed, materials, and manufacturing equipment. Anything money can buy will not be redeemed using system points since those need to be saved for mission-critical uses. Minerals, beyond the basics of gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, will also include rarer metals like tungsten, chromium, nickel, gallium, and lithium. Combustible materials like carbon, phosphorus, nitrates, sulfur, and hydrocarbons will also need to be stockpiled alongside various grades of silica. These items aren't just meant for production reserves. They're also crucial exchange commodities for upgrading my shelter and acquiring new equipment. Overlooking even a single category could cause the entire operation to bottleneck. Crude oil will be stockpiled as well. I'm not in a rush to refine it into gasoline, diesel, or heavy fuel oil because I'm confident better refining methods will emerge later. Even soil must be stockpiled: black soil, yellow soil, red loam for planting crops, and quartz sand, coral sand, and river sand for refining and landscaping. None of these are optional. Economic animals will also be collected: honeybees, alpacas, ostriches, crocodiles, and even edible nest swiftlets for birds' nests. All these species must be preserved. Since I plan to build a massive courtyard, ornamental animals are a must. I envision the following: songbirds filling the treetops, squirrels, flying squirrels, and red pandas darting among the branches, fallow deer, moose, and giraffes strolling through the woods, flying foxes and koalas hanging from tree trunks, platypuses, river otters, and sea otters frolicking by the water's edge, seals, penguins, belugas, and dolphins swimming in a simulated marine habitat, butterflies, fireflies, and beetles flying freely, draft horses, miniature ponies, and dwarf cows grazing on the lawn. plus a sprinkling of harmless ants and lacewings to complete the scene. The core principle is simple. Select species unlikely to attack one another and place them in a balanced ecosystem. But I also understand that this small start won't be foolproof. As insurance, I've secured a biological gene bank and cryogenically stored sperm, critical for sustaining species or protecting genetic diversity. This way, backups are in place as I gradually re-establish the ecosystem after stabilizing the environment. Though the courtyard will have limited space, and the animals may not be wholly comfortable, I intend to interfere as little as possible. I trust they'll adapt on their own. Taking stock of assets and acquiring supplies is far from a one-time task. I've delegated the specifics to Shouting and my executive team. I focus solely on the big picture. In just 2 months, during my departure from Reborn Manor, I cleared the castle of all art and valuables, leaving behind a teleportation point, ready for an immediate return should an emergency arise. Next, I issued an order. Luciano's private weapons factory was to cease all operations after completing current orders. It was forbidden to take on new ones. The entire production line was then packed up and transported to my private island in the Southern Ocean. Following that, I personally made a shopping trip across the Arabu continent, buying everything from Michelin-starred meals to fast food and street snacks. My approach? Non-selective acquisition. If it could be collected, I took it. Afterward, I traveled to the island myself. It wasn't large, but its geology was exceptionally stable, an oval-shaped landmass surrounded by rocks and coral reefs, with a freshwater spring forming a stream in the center. The vegetation was lush, and the southwestern corner featured a lagoon bay with white sandy beaches. Most importantly, the island's interior was already modified into a base with fully equipped living facilities. The entire setup was styled in Romanesque architecture like Reborn Manor, perfectly suiting my preferences. The first batch of supplies had already been stocked up, with biological materials, food, and machinery continuing to arrive in a steady stream. To accommodate and manage everything efficiently, I immediately spent points to make some upgrades. I built enclosed 3D livestock shelters, large-scale cold storage units for food, and anti-moisture and anti-corrosion warehouses for machinery and minerals. Then, I set up a basic smart management system and left 2 crystalline robots on site as administrators. These robots, dressed in disguised work uniforms, would be responsible for signing off on deliveries and interfacing directly with transport personnel. However, 2 concerns lingered in my mind. The first was the radiation pollution in the ocean caused by Japan's nuclear wastewater. I didn't want to spend every day in the future conducting purification tasks. The second was related to the simulated ocean environment that the paradise would require. Many marine species, especially those from cold water zones, can only survive in their natural habitats. Without the ability to replicate temperate and frigid water temperatures, I feared that this batch of marine life would not make it. Thankfully, this island was located in the southwestern part of the Great Ocean, where the Antarctic cold current converged with the equatorial warm current. It naturally possessed both the warmth of a temperate zone and the chill of a colder region, and it was far away from Japan's waters, a truly ideal location. I decided to make this location the foundation for the core of the future Paradise Courtyard. To completely eliminate risks, I exchanged points for 28 matrix defense antennas, installing them 10 nautical miles around the island's seabed. These formed a one-time protective shield that, when activated, could isolate all post-apocalyptic radiation entirely from the island. Once preparations on the island were complete, I set up a new teleportation point in a hidden warehouse before returning to Reborn Manor. My plan was to simultaneously continue tracking down nuclear weapons storage facilities worldwide based on clues from Shouting, setting up teleportation points, and scavenging food delicacies from far and wide. Of course, I couldn't resist making a trip to the Great Barrier Reef. The Great Barrier Reef, once the world's most dazzling coral wonder and a diver's paradise, was now heavily polluted by nuclear wastewater carried by ocean currents from its proximity to Japan. I knew that taking over this area would require massive future expenses for purification. Yet, I couldn't bear the thought of it disappearing forever. Despite having tight finances, I gritted my teeth in exchange for another set of defense antennas. I enveloped my cherished reef entirely within its shield. When the apocalypse arrives, I plan to relocate this entire section of the reef into the ocean of my paradise courtyard, preserving it in full. Half a year passed, and now there were only 4 months left until the apocalypse. In Japan, I had finally mastered the technology for raising bluefin tuna. Returning to China had always been on my agenda, but I couldn't take any direct action against their tuna farms. The greater challenge lay in the fact that the difficulties surrounding artificial breeding had yet to be resolved. Tuna fry could only be caught in the open ocean. What I truly needed, however, wasn't just the fish. It was the years of feeding, waste control, and management expertise accumulated by their fisheries. Bluefin tuna are constantly in motion, meaning farming them requires enough regulated space. Determining the size of the holding nets was the first significant hurdle to overcome. Moreover, their appetite is extraordinary, consuming large amounts of mackerel and squid, and monitoring this data directly impacts costs. What I found online was only the surface. The key was in the handwritten notes of the fishermen. Fortunately, the tuna farming operations were relatively centralized, and I was able to collect a wealth of paper data quickly. As for the unresolved breeding issue, I could only rely on system-level technological solutions. Before heading back to China, I had already set my sights on the South China Sea. Compared to Japan, China also farms albacore tuna and skipjack tuna, but the nuclear wastewater impact was far less severe. Under the guise of a trading company, I ordered a complete batch of fish species and equipment, designating the delivery point to an unmanned area. Once I returned, I planned to head to the southern waters and claim my order on-site. Aside from the equipment for skipjack tuna farming, I had also requested marlin, a member of the billfish family, as well as high-value fish species such as eel, snapper, sea bass, and grouper. These were supplemented with commonly seen fish like pomfret, Spanish mackerel, ribbonfish, and cod. Not to mention octopus, squid, cuttlefish, oysters, scallops, sea urchins, starfish, alongside swimming crabs and spiny lobsters. Everything had to be included. My goal was a fully self-sufficient and sustainable aquatic farming ecosystem. When I finally returned to the mainland, I avoided going directly to Shanghai. The shouting ship, even with its cloaking capabilities, would attract too much attention in crowded areas and inevitably be exposed. Instead, I rented a warehouse in the outskirts of a small Midland city, stockpiling supplies and using it as a temporary base. China's industrial capacity is unmatched. At least half of the supplies I needed would have to be sourced domestically. More importantly, many homegrown items were more intuitive to use. I planned to prepare everything to apocalypse-ready standards, going for an over-prepared, multi-layered redundancy approach. Better to stockpile excessively than to be caught lacking anything. First on the list, digital equipment. Using a trading merchant account, I procured drones, robots, smartphones, tablet, laptop, desktop, and even open-source gaming consoles. Smart devices like computers, phones, tablets, and TVs are highly versatile and indispensable. They must be stockpiled in massive quantities. Domestic products are both affordable and comprehensive. Not buying them feels like a significant missed opportunity. Core components also need to be stored in bulk. Graphics chips, control chips, storage chips, AI chips, filters, modulators, resistors, capacitors, gyroscopes, connectors, transistors, screens, switches, motors, and sensors. All of these must be stocked to a level where replacing worn-out ones won't cause concern. I'll also prepare a batch of heavy-duty equipment. Generators with various power capacities, small and medium-sized lathes, CNC machines, and forging machines. I don't need the best configurations for now since future upgrades can rely on systemic improvements. Agricultural production lines are the same. Farming machinery, hydroponic equipment, and aquaponic systems, all purchased as a starting kit for future expansion. Living supplies must be stockpiled to ensure endless sustainability. Seasonal clothing, including underwear, shirts, and socks in both men's and women's styles. Toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, tissues, wet wipes, and gauze, all calculated on an annual consumption scale. Medical and hygiene supplies, in particular, must be purchased wholesale. Running out once could mean a life or death situation. Hardware tools, stationery, home goods, electronics, building materials, and decorations are all packaged together. Axes, hammers, climbing ropes, power strips, cables, Ethernet cords, mops, brooms, tables, chairs, bowls, pans, kitchen knives, and scissors, everything needed to maintain a good quality of life. I won't leave anything out. Large home appliances like washing machines, refrigerators, gas stoves, and range hoods are all part of the stockpile too. Pens, paper, erasers, curtains, and bed sheets are essentials that also won't be overlooked. Lime, cement, wallpaper, plywood, and paints in various colors, they'll all be swept up in a single purchase. I'm even adding fitness equipment and musical instruments to my list, along with enough audio equipment to assemble several bands. In preparation for future needs, I'll buy women's products in bulk too: sanitary pads, cosmetics, beauty products, gynecological medicines, and even spare ceramic dental implants. But the real highlight? Food. Chocolate, cookies, bread, pastries, every brand. I'll take them all. Potato chips, crispy snacks, sodas, bubble tea, fruit juice, sports drinks, and ice cream. Every type of snack and beverage will be fully stocked. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, ready-to-eat dishes, vacuum-packed meats, pickled foods, canned goods, and sausages will be stored by the crate. Premium ingredients like Shenwei ham and Jinhua ham? Naturally, they can't be left out. Pre-packaged frozen meals, fermented tofu, meat sauces, spicy sauces, prepared dishes, and all kinds of seasonings, soup bases, and hot pot stock. Everything in every flavor will be collected. When it comes to staples, I'm buying the highest quality Wuchang rice and Hatao flour in ridiculous quantities. Even restaurants, fast food joints, corner diners, and street food stalls are on my radar. I've already pre-ordered many of them so that when I travel to scout nuclear storage facilities, I can gather them all along the way. I need control over the source of livestock, so I'm specifically choosing high-quality domestic breeds to prevent genetic degradation in future generations. Several breeds of cattle, yellow cattle, black cattle, yaks, and water buffalo, will be stocked, with at least a dozen of each. For pigs, premium breeds like Changhua pigs, Liangdu black pigs, and Tuan black pigs are a must. Sheep varieties like small-tailed Han sheep, lake sheep, and farm sheep are on my list too. For poultry, I'm taking everything: native chickens, white feather broilers, yellow feather broilers, silky chickens, black-boned chickens, mallards, Muscovy ducks, fattened ducks, lionhead geese, white geese, bean geese, along with quails and pigeons. As for freshwater aquaculture, I'm constructing a fully integrated ecosystem. Sturgeon, beluga, catfish, trout, and bass. Secure those first. Carp, silver carp, bighead carp, crucian carp, and grass carp. None can be missed. Snakehead fish, eel, frogs, both green and bull, freshwater mussels, snails, turtles, softshell turtles, and even crayfish and hairy crabs will all be included. This is all to establish a fish patty symbiosis system. With slight modifications, rice and vegetables can grow in the aquatic environment while the water system continues to produce yields. Specialized techniques could even resolve the seasonal migration challenges some fish face when spawning. Now, when it comes to seafood, I'll need to venture to western Xinjiang to round it out. It might sound absurd, but inland regions always lack affordable seafood, and the prices are sky-high. Strangely enough, the saltwater lakes in western Xinjiang are now pioneering marine-free aquaculture. Local specialties like trout, sea bass, tilapia, and white-leg shrimp, as well as mantis shrimp, are now produced there on a large scale. I need to control this technology myself to avoid skyrocketing costs in future seafood farming. Western Xinjiang's fruits are a high-priority target for me too. Being a fan of temperate climate fruits, I plan to scoop up watermelons, papayas, hami melons, cantaloupes, honeydew melons, grapes, and figs upon my return to fold these gems into my stockpile. All these complex tasks completed seamlessly. I need to be thorough, I thought, as I mentally checked off each step of this elaborate plan. Every contingency covered, every detail accounted for. The phrase, "leaving no stone unturned," fit my strategy perfectly. When the apocalypse loomed just weeks away, preparation wasn't just precautionary, it was survival. From the very beginning, I knew fundamental resources like food, water, and livestock would be essential. Apples, oranges, snow pears, staples from all corners of the country, stocked up in bulk, fresh and ready for storage. But I also realized that preservation wasn't nearly enough. The future depended on sustainability. So, I went ahead and secured entire seed libraries, rigorously curated through selective breeding, and even managed to obtain an invaluable gene bank from domestic sources. Next, I diversified my collection. Traditional beverages were key. Matai, Wolyangya, Fengjiu, Daku, Nuerhong, Huadiao. All the famous Chinese liquors were acquired, along with fruit wines and wines from provinces like Shandong and Xinjiang. Although I wasn't much of a drinker, the aromatic allure of these aged spirits fascinated me. They'd be ideal for creating light cocktails when the opportunities arose. Teas quickly followed, red, green, and everything in between. Oolong, Pu'er, Dragonwell, Dahong Pao, Tiguanyin. Even floral teas joined the lineup. My goal was clear: to ensure even the smaller comforts of life could endure amid uncertainty. Then there were logistics. Thinking ahead for future transportation challenges and to limit energy use at my base, I brought in animals that could double as transport: horses, donkeys, reindeer, Bactrian camels. Garden spaces were supplemented with deer species like roe and cheetal for ecological balance and utility. Economic species weren't overlooked either. Musk deer, minks, rabbits, bees, silkworms, snakes, pheasants, all of which could be free-ranged or cultivated en masse. For bees alone, I secured multiple species, from black bees to bumblebees. Each addition to this network served practical purposes, not just an effort to hoard, but a blueprint ecosystem in motion. Among all these assets, the livestock proved the most cumbersome to manage. Refrigerators, seeds, and dried goods required only suppliers to ship to warehouses. Livestock, in contrast, demanded a hands-on approach. Transportation incidents, injuries, deaths couldn't be tolerated. Personally overseeing the collection process was non-negotiable. I arrived at every drop-off point, scooped up the animals, and withdrew to secure and desolate meeting spots before transferring them to my off-grid safe house. There, the central hall and open areas had been retrofitted into multi-tiered temporary barns to house the influx. Even water species required meticulous handling. My right-hand biological space divided freshwater and saltwater environments using sophisticated glass panels and nets. Space constraints on the left-hand vector room, holding frozen inventory and fruits/vegetables, complete with freezer units, often required rerouting overflow to my isolated island warehouse. Despite drones and gravity-aided hauling bots helping with redistribution, months of relentless labor took its toll. For 3 consecutive months, I worked back-to-back across the country, with every waking thought geared toward an imminent catastrophe. With 3 weeks left before the apocalypse, disaster was already at my doorstep. Salvato, nephew of Al Luciano, had sniffed out anomalies tied to their family accounts. I can't let him anywhere near the estate. Red Rose Manor has been stripped bare. If he gets there, the jig's up. No time to mourn sentimentality or luxury. The Luciano family's assets had already been drained, invested into medical manufacturing, precision machinery, and assembly lines. Xiao Ting carried the burden of masking our actions to prevent scrutiny. As a final gambit to extract all remaining value, we had remortgaged previously sold-off properties, including Red Rose Manor, garnering an additional 3 billion yuan in liquid funds. Out of this emergency capital, I earmarked a portion to distract Salvato. There's no better excuse than spectacle, I decided. A public announcement would claim the Luciano family's entry into the entertainment industry, hosted at a lavish event in Milan. The date? Precisely 1 day before the apocalypse's outbreak. The announcement wasn't just about family reputation management. It was about herding cattle, or, in this case, people. The event promised to attract mass appeal. Actresses, models, nightclub hostesses, casino dealers, receptionists. Effectively everyone in Luciano's so-called entertainment business, along with the entourage of industry players from nearby networks. This was my bait to cast the widest net. My goals were crystal clear. First, keep Salvato tethered in Milan, far from any forensic investigation of the Red Rose estate. Second, consolidate resources, literally. I needed those individuals concentrated within one location for selective recruitment. Their survival mattered. Blessing these women with engineered safeguards would grant them a fighting chance during the apocalypse. Once blessings took hold, I'd arrive on site and personally harvest the survivors before leading them to safety. Research confirmed what I already suspected. This particular branch under the Luciano family wasn't dealing in upmarket talent or legitimate production. Much of their roster was composed of B-list actresses or adult magazine models with restricted portfolios. Ironically, this made coordination easier without the headaches tied to high-profile egos. Security was integral. Female mercenaries and assassins, though scarce, were hired to avoid suspicion. A perimeter of trained yet discreet women would blend naturally into the crowd while staying vigilant. This elaborate orchestration wasn't over yet. The keyword, execution. Each detail, from personnel to timing, aligned intricately for one final push toward survival. And survival was the only choice left. The venue was secured tighter than Fort Knox. However, the most famous female mercenary team, Rose Guardians, had already been hired by someone else. I had no choice but to give up, though I couldn't suppress the frustration burning inside me. To stabilize the situation, I hosted a virtual meeting under the identity of Al Luciano, specifically to calm Salvatore and the other sharp-nosed executives. During the meeting, no one detected the slightest inconsistency. Every word and action of mine was carefully derived from AL's behavioral patterns using his personal data, simulated by a supercomputer. I played the role in front of the camera while real-time video masking was handled by the advanced AI, Level 7 intelligence, Shouting. The entire process was executed so flawlessly, not even the tiniest detail betrayed me. Although the immediate crisis was temporarily handled, I couldn't relax. I instructed Shouting to continue closely monitoring the developments in Milan. The press conference proceeded as planned. After securing budget approval, there was still a substantial amount of money left. Without hesitation, I directed everything into purchasing arms, shipping them directly to my private island. The apocalypse was drawing closer with each passing day, and my procurement efforts were nearing completion. Even though the figure, in the range of billions, sounds staggering, in the grand flow of global finance, it barely caused a ripple. No one paid any attention to me at all. Using the Luciano family's networks, I could even procure controlled substances, including nuclear raw materials. This left me full of dread. If even such materials escape effective control, once they fall into the hands of lunatics, human civilization is bound to face its downfall. Perhaps the apocalypse was never a mere accident. With the little spare time I had left, I made a trip to Juyin to purchase a batch of modified vehicles, Mungsher 5th generation along with the Mungsher JIA off-road RV. I'd had my eye on these for a long time. I knew that after the apocalypse began, it won't be feasible to use my mobile base every time I went out. I'd need smaller, independent modes of transportation. 2 days before the outbreak, Interpol formed a temporary joint task force in collaboration with the world's nations. They boarded 3 lunar landers, heading in phases to the moon to rendezvous with military units stationed there. Their mission was clear: to investigate Synta Biotech. After considerable hesitation, I decided to release information about the apocalypse online before they could act. I wasn't doing it out of goodwill. If more survivors make it, humanity's productivity would be retained to some degree, which, in turn, would ensure I could access more resources from human settlements in the future. But I also didn't want to attract global scrutiny. Thus, I only leaked keywords: lunar explosion, virus outbreak, global catastrophe, and zombies, along with some basic survival tips. As expected, the internet deemed my post another round of cliched doomsday rumors, showering me with mockery. However, the subtle hints I embedded regarding the lunar investigation and Synta's movements caught the attention of some specialized governmental departments. Still, this minor ripple of mine couldn't change the tide of history. 20 years ago, after the second lunar colonization surge, the moon gradually opened up to private enterprises. As space travel costs kept plummeting, major corporations and conglomerates were able to enter space at lower prices, establishing space factories, research facilities, and exploration sites between the Earth and Moon. Among them, Synta Group stood out as one of the most prominent players. 7 years ago, they obtained approval to build a research facility inside a lunar crater on the near side of the Moon. They claimed it was for studying helium, 3 energy and low-gravity microorganisms. Despite stricter regulations being implemented over time, they still managed to erect an expansive and sophisticated facility within 7 years. Nobody knew their true intentions until half a year ago when Interpol detected unusual activities by Sinta and turned their focus onto the lunar base. April 19th, 2061, 7:30 a.m. The inspection operation commenced on time. I hacked into Sinta's relay satellite, forcing my way into the base's internal network. Due to the immense distance and weak signals, I could barely gain control of a few surveillance cameras, the footage constantly switching between angles. Yet, it was enough to get a general sense of the ongoing events. On the moon, in a specific location, the dark lunar night amplified the icy desolation around it. The floodlights of Sinta's primary lunar base illuminated the lunar regolith, casting an eerie pale glow. As the sole source of light in the area, the steel door built into the rock wall of the crater stood out starkly, as if summoning spirits from the darkness around it. Major Dennis, designated the commander of the operation, led a team of special forces disguised as inspectors from the Space Administration. They parked a large lunar rover by the stark steel door. Stepping out of the vehicle through the airlock, Dennis braced the biting cold insulated by the advanced space suit. Staring at that door, his heart tightened. Tension filled the air. But when Dennis Major looked up to see the blue planet hanging high in the sky, he forced himself to calm down. Every lead pointed to one conclusion. Sinta Corporation was conducting inhumane biochemical experiments. Under the guise of conducting a routine inspection, he had to lead the advance team into the base, clearing a path for the 200 soldiers stationed behind them on the moon. The intel was explicit. Anyone inside the base was dangerous, vicious as beasts, and any resistance was to be met with immediate execution. Suddenly, a smaller door on the massive gate opened, and 3 individuals emerged wearing bulky blue spacesuits. The leader stepped forward. Dennis received a comlink request through his headset. Once confirmed, a calm and refined middle-aged voice spoke. "You must be Major Dennis." The man introduced himself, extending his hand. "I'm Nicholas Binder, Deputy Director of the facility. We've been informed by headquarters of your arrival. My apologies if we seem unprepared." Dennis shook his hand. Under the astral glow of the helmet lights, Nicholas's face was clear, gold-framed glasses, crow's feet softening his gaze, an air of warmth altogether too out of sync with the profile of a supposed villain. Dennis straightened and returned a formal salute. "International Space Management Agency, 23rd Routine Inspection. Kindly open the main gates to allow our vehicles inside." "Of course, Major." Nicholas gestured toward the gate, which began to rumble open slowly. As they walked further into the base, Nicholas chatted with a practiced affability. He spoke fondly of past cooperation between the agency and their facility, going as far as to praise Dennis's predecessor, Major Will, for aiding them in key moments. Dennis played his rehearsed lines well, responding, "Major Will has completed his term and returned to Earth to reunite with his family." They strolled onward in the growing shadows of the base, the inspection vehicle rolling steadily behind. Dennis casually pressed further. "What's the nature of the main research happening here?" "Life sciences," Nicholas replied simply. "Any breakthroughs as of late?" Nicholas paused ever so slightly before answering. "Indeed, we've made progress." Dennis feigned genuine congratulations before lowering his voice and testing the waters. "With such advanced research, isn't there some danger involved? Would you care to elaborate on the breakthroughs?" Nicholas's smile dimmed, growing thinner. "Progress always comes with inherent risks, Major. Why else would we isolate experiments here on the moon? To keep those risks from reaching the unsuspecting masses down on Earth." "But," Nicholas stopped abruptly, turning to look Dennis straight in the eye. "Before I elaborate, have you ever heard of the zero-life theory?" Dennis blinked, perplexed. "No. What is it?" Nicholas began to explain slowly, his words unsettling yet methodical. "Life," he said, "had evolved over countless genetic explosions to reach its current form. Yet, this evolution's progress had fragmented the vast potential of life's power. But what if," Nicholas mused, almost dreamily, "we could reintegrate all those fragmented genes into one unified entity? What if we could compress billions of years of accumulated energy into a single singularity? Wouldn't that birth a form of super life? Dennis's voice grew sharper, colder. It sounds like a concept that would require sacrificing countless lives. By now, the inspection vehicle had fully entered the complex, and the enormous steel gates behind them began to grind shut. Nicholas watched the diminishing strip of lunar light with an unsettling calm, his tone soft yet chilling. My dear Major Dennis, don't you think that after billions of years of evolution, life has been waiting for the day it could return to zero? Nicholas continued without giving Dennis a moment to interject. Under normal circumstances, this process would take eons. But we've discovered a microorganism capable of rewriting genes, fast-tracking both fragmentation and reintegration. Yes, the cost is severe, unchecked genetic instability, but isn't that the price for uncovering the ultimate truth of life itself? Dennis didn't flinch. Grand ideals, but this is where you and your madness end. In one swift motion, he drew his custom pistol and aimed it directly at Nicholas's head, pulling the trigger repeatedly until the entire clip was spent. The violent vacuum of lunar pressure tore chunks of flesh through the ruptured helmet. Nicholas's head grotesquely bloating and warping as boiling blood expanded in zero-atmosphere conditions. The two assistants behind Nicholas lunged instinctively toward the gate, but Dennis's second-in-command neutralized them with precision fire. Alarms blared sharply, flooding the base with chaos, but Dennis paid them no mind. He silently signaled to his comrade, who immediately raised a flare gun and sent a blindingly bright signal round between the narrowing gate doors. But then, a sharp, searing pain tore through Dennis's back. A horn-like spike burst forth from his chest. He stumbled, straining to turn his head, only to see a grotesque sight: deep red, sinewy flesh tendrils extending out of Nicholas's destroyed suit, pulsating as they remained connected to his half-destroyed torso. The rest of the team opened fire in desperation, emptying their magazines into the abomination. The fleshy tendril uncoiled, flinging Dennis's limp body aside like a child discarding a broken toy, then writhed toward the remaining soldiers. Before it reached them, a deafening crash shattered the chaos. A massive armored vehicle, fitted with reinforced rams, smashed through the nearly shut gate, plowing directly over Nicholas's corrupted remains, grinding them into unrecognizable smears of tissue and fabric. More backup had arrived. Vehicles surged behind in formation, pouring into the entrance hall. Soldiers leapt out in large numbers, quickly setting explosives to blast through inner gates and charging deeper into the base. The battle had spiraled completely out of control. The internal structure of the base was exceedingly complex, and its security system unleashed brutal firepower. But what was even more terrifying was this. Every researcher killed would generate clusters of flesh-like chains from their bodies, spreading like deadly snares. Casualties among the Annihilation Unit far exceeded initial estimates. After 3 hours of intense combat, losing over 50 troops and suffering over a quarter in reduced fighting strength, they finally managed to push deeper into the base with overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, in a room deep within the base, Director McCarthy was furiously fine-tuning equipment, murmuring to himself, "Is it already too late?" He pulled out a key resembling a data disk and paused briefly, lowering it toward the console. Then he grinned. "Doesn't matter. The process, it always corrects itself." The key slid in, and with a sharp twist, it began. The beginning of the end took no more than 30 seconds. 13 locations within a 30-kilometer radius around the base trembled simultaneously, erupting with trillions of tons of destructive energy. From Earth's perspective, the moon's surface was marked by a sudden blinding white flash. Using concentrated uranium, they detonated stored helium-3 within the nuclear plant, creating high-temperature, high-pressure conditions in a specially designed subterranean structure to trigger fusion. This was Centaur's real objective. Standard reactor-grade systems should never produce a high-energy explosion. Even in failure, the result would be leakage, and protective measures for such have long been perfected. The sheer scale of the explosion left only one explanation. They had planned from the very beginning for this contingency. In the event of detection, they'd choose mutual destruction, scattering the virus across space in the moon's obliteration. I stared at the blank, now black monitor. Although no sound could be heard, the silent lip movements on the feed left no doubt in my mind. Everyone inside the base had undergone some form of biotechnological modification. But there was another term they used, one that sent shivers down my spine. Zero life, what does it mean? I asked Hong Cocoon. Hong Cocoon responded, the exact definition is unclear to me, but based on the prophecy's description, it seems to resemble a high-dimensional life form in the form of condensed energy. There are speculative theories within the database. By assimilating biological information across a wide spatial range, it may be possible to elevate material existence dimensionally. Theoretically, with sufficient information density, a high-energy biological medium, what might be perceived as higher-dimensional life, could form. But the cost of such a process is astronomical, so it has yet to be observed in reality. I stared at it. Does it have anything to do with you? No. My energy regulation is exceptionally stable. I don't affect the surrounding environment while dormant. And without a host, I am incapable of anything. I fell silent. Hong Cocoon consumed all matter indiscriminately. It didn't aim to deliberately end the world. And ending the world wouldn't directly benefit it, either. Yet, the term zero life left me unable to entirely trust it. For the first time, I had learned the details of what occurred on the moon, but the more I heard, the more unsettling it became. In both previous lifetimes, the end had come via worldwide nuclear strikes, the finality abrupt and senseless, like a poisoned dagger stabbing deep into my mind. The first world's collapse could be rationalized, but the second happened at the critical moment during Centaur Group's eradication. Could it be that Centaur Group's downfall was the trigger for these global nuclear strikes? When combined with the moon's mutated events, it was hard not to suspect that the upper echelons of multiple nations had long been infiltrated. But even deeper than that, something much more colossal seemed to loom. Could it have anything to do with this zero life? I didn't have the answer, not yet. But one thing was clear. The apocalypse had already started, and I had to act immediately. The lunar debris would take another 2 days to reach Earth, but the cataclysms caused by the moon's orbital shift had already begun. The first disaster was a gravity anomaly. The Earth's rotation suddenly slowed. Magnetic fields faltered into chaos, and across the globe, frenzied auroras lit up the skies. Blackouts swept through major cities, while communication signals were riddled with static interference. No sooner had the power been restored than a cascade of earthquakes began. The moon's orbital instability exerted tidal forces that triggered seismic chain reactions worldwide, with tremors ranging from magnitude 2.5 to 6 causing relentless waves of destruction. Though the quake's magnitudes weren't catastrophic individually, they roused dormant volcanoes globally. Even long-extinct ones spewed back to life. Ash-colored smoke spiraled skyward. Sulfur dioxide-laden volcanic ash spread like a filthy quilt, cloaking the planet. Upon learning of the moon's explosion, world leaders were struck with dread. They scrambled to organize disaster relief efforts even as they issued global manhunts for members of the Centaur Group. Yet, those apprehended were mainly peripheral employees, none of the key members. The key figures had long vanished without a trace. As the alarm rang out, the global transportation system collapsed instantly. Everyone scrambled to get home. Railways, highways, ports, and airports were overwhelmed, working to transport almost everyone stranded outside back to their homes. Half a day later, the tsunami struck. Towering waves, 30 meters high, swept through coastal cities, instantly swallowing large swaths of people. Police officers, soldiers, firefighters, and volunteers carrying out rescue operations were devoured by the ocean alongside the devastated civilians. The United Nations urgently issued a warning to the world, instructing everyone to immediately stay indoors. Lunar dust, ejected from the moon, was being pulled toward Earth by gravity. The world's major powers knew all too well what was mixed in with the moon dust, and the ticking clock left no breathing room. In frenzied urgency, they hoarded supplies, but the goods on supermarket shelves could hardly be redistributed in time. If the disaster broke loose on a large scale, most of the supplies would ultimately go to waste. Meanwhile, the populace remained oblivious to the severity of it all. In many places, rescue operations continued, while people lucky enough to have made it home breathed a sigh of relief and resumed business as usual, going out, shopping, and living their lives. 2 days later, some of the world's largest volcanoes erupted in unison. Thick volcanic ash blanketed the sky. The scent of doomsday crept into the air. Panic began to spread, with end-of-the-world theories running rampant online. Posts I had published earlier, warning about the apocalypse, resurfaced. But for most, they were seen as just more wild rumors. Only a very small number of people began serious preparations. 3 days later, the moon dust landed. Within a matter of hours, almost everyone still outside was infected. In mere minutes, people began transforming into zombies. Their distorted expressions turned toward the uninfected beside them, attacking and biting ferociously. The unprepared crowds were instantly overrun, with countless people killed or bitten. Those bitten would, in turn, transform within half a day to 24 hours, continuing the horrifying spread. The apocalypse had officially begun. Despite government and military orders for everyone to remain indoors, the virus proved exceptionally invasive, creeping into sealed spaces through ventilation systems. In densely populated areas, the infection spread like wildfire. Within a short span of time, multiple governments and military command structures collapsed. At that moment, I stood in the wilderness of America, gazing up at the sky. Volcanic ash had yet to completely shroud the heavens. Through the gaps, I caught a glimpse of the pale moon, veiled in the haze of lunar dust. At the core of the moon, there was a colossal shadow, the crater left by an explosion. That crater wasn't originally at the moon's center, but the shock of the blast and Earth's pull had forcibly aligned it to face our planet directly. The moon was slowly returning to its orbit. Earth's rotation, which had briefly slowed, was stabilizing. However, the chaotic magnetic field ensured volcanic ash lingered in the sky for a long time. These processes, however, were too slow to stop the initial wave of the virus from wreaking havoc. I stared at the fading moon until the volcanic ash fully closed the gaps, plunging the world into suffocating darkness. Only then did I lower my gaze, my chest cold and heavy. Perhaps this kind of detachment, observing the world crumble into ruin, was a form of apathy only a reborn person could possess. Before me stood an American military base. Beneath it were 600 nuclear warheads, a vast arsenal of conventional munitions, and even a mother of all bombs. But I didn't plan to touch those conventional weapons. They had to be preserved for humanity's future, to fight against the hordes of the undead and the mutated beasts. The base wasn't very large, hosting roughly 1,200 personnel. By the third day of the outbreak, there was no sign of life above ground. Only zombies remained. They bared their teeth and clawed at the barbed wire fence, letting out furious screeches in my direction. These zombies could shoot guns, open doors, and wield tools like hammers or crowbars. Once they grabbed an object, it became as if welded to their infected flesh, unrelenting even if their hands were blown apart. Some emitted bizarre laughter while others echoed disjointed phrases, the last words they spoke before dying. Research had confirmed their brains were long dead. All of these intelligent behaviors were simply mimics orchestrated by the virus to maximize the host's efficiency at hunting and survival. For humans, they were the ultimate predators. Their only weakness lay in entering a dormant state if inactive for long periods. Upon awakening, there would be a small window when their movements were stiff and slow, a brief chance to escape. Once fully active, however, their speed became terrifying. The base still had power. Xiao Ting had hacked into its internal network, taking control of all electronic systems, including surveillance. Donning my battle armor, I activated invisibility and masked my presence. With a light leap, I silently cleared the perimeter fences. As my trail went cold, the zombies immediately lost track of my location. The restless ones gradually calmed down and began wandering in various directions. I noticed some zombies had large tumors protruding from their bodies. These were proliferating zombies, and each tumor was essentially incubating a new zombie or some other mutated creature. This is why zombies can never be eradicated completely. Conventional weapons can destroy almost everything, but they cannot eliminate the concept of endless propagation. Inside the base, the fallen corpses had long been reduced to skeletons, while a few zombie dogs gnawed on the remaining scraps. Surveillance footage indicated there were still survivors underground. However, the Seed of Blessing showed no reaction, so I chose not to intervene. I quickly located the passageway leading to the underground nuclear arsenal. Passing through a series of electronic gates was effortless. The base operated on a self-contained power system, and electricity was still running. With full clearance in my possession, accessing the nuclear arsenal felt as simple as walking through my front door. America's nuclear weapons were a stark contrast to those of Russia. Russian nukes resembled crude lumps of raw iron, while America's looked like industrial masterpieces displayed in a museum. Each warhead gleamed with polished metallic surfaces and flawless paint jobs on the propulsion systems, resembling consumer products ready for sale. The arsenal primarily consisted of Minuteman and Trident series nuclear missiles. However, the delivery systems themselves were insignificant compared to the warheads they housed. Stacks of W series and a few B series warheads were stored here. I converted them all at once, marking the first trade I made in this post-apocalyptic world. System points surged uncontrollably. Even as I attempted to suppress my growing excitement, I couldn't stop a slight smirk from spreading across my face. But I quickly forced myself to stay calm. My mission now was singular, racing against time. I needed to convert the majority of the world's nuclear warheads into points before global powers realized what was happening. To avoid alerting anyone, I restored the security system to its original state before leaving and implanted fabricated footage into surveillance systems. Even if this was discovered later, it wouldn't matter. For the next 2.5 months, I vanished from the sight of the world, dedicating myself to establishing teleportation points that spanned the globe. I traveled between the United States, Russia, the Middle East, Levant, Iran, India, the Korean Peninsula, and China, meticulously emptying out nuclear stockpiles. In many bases I came across during this operation, there weren't many zombies or bodies. It was evident that organized evacuations occurred soon after the rise of the apocalypse, and nuclear arsenals had been sealed before their personnel left. The complete annihilation I observed at the first American base was, in fact, relatively rare. While I avoided taking conventional munitions, I casually picked up light weaponry from each stop to arm my drones and robots. This would make sieges on smaller bases far easier in the future. I also didn't take all nuclear warheads, making sure to leave each of the major nuclear nations with several dozen warheads. This ensured the world wouldn't completely descend into a nuclear winter while still leaving them with enough to handle emergencies. In those 2.5 months, humanity came face to face with its grim reality. Now, I was piloting the cloaked shouting, gliding over the frozen streets of Shin City. The ice was littered with dried, frost-bitten limbs and congealed bloodstains, turning it into a massive, blackened expanse. Oddly enough, I felt nothing. No nausea or revulsion. I even enjoyed a sweet beverage and some spiced meat as I took in the scenery. Just earlier, I had finished collecting the last of China's nuclear weapons and immediately teleported back to Shin City, driving the shouting back home. Upon my return, the city was eerily silent. The recent temperatures in Shin City and surrounding areas at similar latitudes had been ranging between -10 degrees Celsius 14 degrees Fahrenheit and -20 degrees Celsius -4 degrees Fahrenheit. While not labeled as an extreme cold snap, it was devastating enough to turn southern regions into icy Hell's Capes. Typically in winter, Shun City's weather hovered around freezing. Such unprecedented cold, hitting -20 degrees Celsius, was unfamiliar and torturous for its residents. Without adequate heating, death by freezing was just a matter of time. Nestled in the river delta's alluvial plain, Shun City's foundations consisted of dense, heavy silt, making the construction of skyscrapers costly. However, this strategic geographic position kept the city relatively safe from major earthquake zones. As a result, the earthquakes during the early apocalypse didn't topple the city's central district. But this structural integrity meant little. Tsunamis surged into the city, waters intermingling with rivers and submerging almost the entire area. Only the eastern suburbs narrowly escaped the deluge. In the submerged zones, average water levels reached 15 meters, about 5 stories high. As temperatures hovered well below freezing for months, the water's surface froze into a thick, durable sheet of ice. Even the shouting, weighing roughly 10 tons, could glide across it without issue. Though much of the debris was preserved under layers of ice, driving on its uneven surface was hardly smooth sailing. To keep the shouting hidden, its teleportation point had been set up in a remote and secluded location. Driving home now meant navigating from the outskirts to the city center. However, the cityscape ahead showed clear signs of disorder. A chaotic uprising had clearly unfolded here. Initially, when the official announcements were released, survivors had immediately taken refuge indoors. After 2 days, when the situation stabilized, certain groups began organizing rescue efforts. Unfortunately, those already carrying the infection, the toxic lunar dust descended at the worst possible time, first infecting those still outdoors. When they returned indoors, they came into contact with others through the ventilation systems, turning shelters into massive hubs of contagion almost instantly. As panic spread among the crowd, people began fleeing in all directions. The icy ground was soon littered with bodies. Some had fallen to their deaths from heights. Others were trampled in the chaos. Some were beaten to death in desperation, but most were mauled beyond recognition by zombies. To make matters worse, the virus outbreak occurred after a massive tsunami. Most of the bodies hadn't even been sealed within the ice layers yet, and were instead scattered across the frozen streets. The military had previously attempted large-scale rescue missions and engaged in fierce battles with the zombie hordes, but all they managed to do was draw the creatures toward the city center, creating an almost kilometers-long zombie corridor. Now, most of the zombies in that area linger in a dormant state, swaying ever so slightly where they stand. Occasionally, a random noise stirs them, revealing darkened teeth stained by dried blood as they emit an eerie, bone-chilling laughter. The zombie corridor is littered with abandoned fortifications, the wreckage of armored vehicles and tanks, and even the scattered remains of zombified soldiers still dressed in their uniforms. A grim testament to the utter failure of the rescue operation, just like in my past life. Officials had clearly abandoned the city center. I drove through the ruins, and even thermal scans revealed no living humans. It's evident the remaining survivors on the outskirts had already been evacuated. The crumbling remains of buildings suggest heavy firepower had been used at some point, but with most of the arsenal lost, they couldn't bring enough weaponry to bear. Against the tides of the undead, that level of firepower was utterly insignificant. Based on the timeline from my past life, it will take at least another 6 months for the authorities to gather enough resources for a large-scale strike on this area. But by that time, the density of the zombies would have grown so extreme that it'd be almost impossible to cleanse the city, no matter how massive the bombardment. It's clear the officials still hold onto a sliver of hope, fantasizing about the possibility of reclaiming the city one day. That's why they can't bring themselves to completely level the city center. However, this hesitation only delays the inevitable. By the time they're ready to act, it will be far too late. The city would have become an irredeemable breeding ground for the undead, far beyond saving. There is also a fatal flaw in their strategy. Engaging zombies in close combat is practically a death sentence. When struck or severed, zombies splatter infectious bodily fluids. Getting bitten guarantees infection, but their fluids alone are far from harmless. Without the protection of high-grade armor, even a mere splash could lead to a high risk of conversion. Additionally, zombies are notoriously difficult to kill with a single strike. Once they close the distance and pin someone down, the chance of being bitten skyrockets. Mortality rates for close combat are essentially 100%. The most effective method remains the use of ranged firearms to keep them at bay from a safe distance. Without a ranged weapon, fleeing is the safest course of action. Heroics only get you killed. The invisible shouting, "My vehicle," barreled into the zombie horde like a phantom cannonball, shredding everything in its path and blasting the zombies ahead into a mist of blood and gore. Limbs and torsos flew in all directions under the immense impact, creating a surreal scene as though an air cannon had suddenly detonated among the crowd. Some oversized mutant zombies stood out among the sea of undead, their unstable virus activity leaving them caught in grotesque stages of transformation. No one could predict what abominations they might yet turn into. Scattered among the surrounding buildings were grotesque clusters of flesh, indicating the presence of propagation zombies reproducing. Periodically, these flesh tumors would rupture, releasing fully formed zombies onto the icy ground below. A few moments later, the newly birthed creatures would stagger upright and swiftly merge into the ranks of the horde. Rather disturbingly, these propagation zombies weren't entirely nude. They mimicked the appearance of their original hosts, complete with clothing, hairstyles, and accessories. However, they looked like poor, distorted imitations, the uncanny details growing more nightmarish the longer one stared at them. What appeared to be clothing was, in fact, layers of flesh that draped awkwardly over their form, swaying with a sickening, gelatinous elasticity. The closer you got, the harder it became to suppress the urge to vomit. Their pale, lifeless faces refused to decay, their filthy and grotesque features frozen in eerie, ghastly grins. After 2 months of drying in the cold winds, the stains adorning them had lost their original identity. But ultimately, whether it was blood or flesh, it was all vile beyond description. Ever since these grinning freaks appeared, smiling was no longer associated with anything good. No one dared to smile anymore. No one even wanted to see someone else smile. I honestly thought that, had these propagation zombies decayed further, if their forms were more withered or sunken, they might actually have been less horrifying to look at. This new class of propagation zombies was more agile and deadly than their source bodies, and they acted as the main combat force of the horde. As I plowed through the zombie corridor, I destroyed countless numbers of them in my path. To the distant survivors' eyes, it must have looked like the roadside zombies were suddenly being flung into the air, as if struck by an invisible force. No doubt, some thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Half an hour later, I finally returned to my apartment complex. After stepping out of the vehicle, I looked up toward the sky. Volcanic ash from the stratosphere lingered, dragged downward by magnetic fields, a grim reminder that the days without sunshine were far from over. The complex stood silent, devoid of life, its grounds soaked in blood and strewn with remnants of flesh. Limbs sprawled in twisted positions. Clearly, the survivors here had attempted a desperate breakout. Those fortunate enough followed the troops in retreat. The less fortunate scattered into the city center, awaiting eventual death. And most tragically, the majority either turned into zombies or ended up as shattered remains. But this was still an improvement compared to the last timeline. Back then, when I left, the city was still teeming with trapped civilians. Now, significantly fewer people remain, suggesting that most managed to escape. The zombie hordes will continue to grow and evolve, and before long, the city center will overflow with undead and grotesque creatures. Staying here is a dead end. Each person who makes it out alive is one more chance for survival. The floodwaters had reached the 5th floor of buildings, leaving me no choice but to break through a window to access the corridors. The scattered zombies inside were quickly dealt with by me without much thought. I had lived here for 7 years without ever remembering a single neighbor's name. So now, I couldn't possibly know who had met their end. Making my way to the 10th floor, I stood in front of my apartment door and removed my combat suit. It felt ceremonial in a way as I reached for the keys and unlocked the door. "Oh, I'm home," I murmured softly. I had left this place twice before, but standing here, pulling out my keys, unlocking this door to go inside, that hadn't happened in over a decade. Since being reborn, I had been away from home for 2 years. I always thought of myself as emotionally detached, but standing here stirred something within me. Even so, I quickly suppressed the feeling. Inside, the layout was just as I had left it, untouched, unaltered, though it now felt desolate, covered in a layer of dust. There was no time for cleaning. Targets on the system map were shifting quickly from yellow to an alarming orange-red. Any further delay would lead to irreversible losses. I had no choice but to move swiftly, limiting my time in each area to just a few hours. Still, this was Shin City, both my hometown and a massive urban area. I squeezed out 2 entire days to search for resources, even if it meant cutting it close elsewhere. Shouting, scan all the load-bearing points of this apartment. Understood, master. I donned my combat suit once again, and my helmet's display immediately brought up a 3D cross-section of the building. Several red markers blinked on the screen. Without a word, I aimed at each point and struck. A series of loud bangs followed as critical structural points were destroyed. I stepped out the door and worked my way around the building, targeting more load-bearing sections. Finally, I pressed my hand against one of the walls. With a resounding boom, the 140-square-meter apartment, along with the roof, floors, and walls of my neighbor's space, vanished into thin air. It was as if someone had yanked a single block out of a Jenga tower, The entire building now had a gaping void in its core. The structure, built to last, didn't collapse immediately, but I wasn't about to stick around. I descended swiftly, boarded the Xiaoting, and drove out of the community without looking back. Whether the building falls or not has nothing to do with me. I've already taken my home with me. Sometime later, the skyscraper couldn't hold itself up anymore. Slowly tilting, it finally came crashing down, breaking through the ice below and sending a massive spray of water into the air. The collapse of an 80-meter-tall building produced a deafening noise, audible even from 10 kilometers away. 10 kilometers from here, a shopping mall-turned shelter housed tens of thousands of survivors. The thunderous crash chilled every one of them to the bone. 2 months ago, during the chaotic mass evacuation, these people had failed to escape and were forced to regroup here. Initially, official supply drops kept them afloat. In addition, a handful of newly enhanced individuals teamed up with law enforcement and other able-bodied persons to form scavenging squads, bringing back valuable resources. It created an illusion of hope that they might survive. But a month ago, disaster struck. Several helicopters delivering supplies were overwhelmed and brought down by flocks of zombie birds. Since then, all contact with the outside world had been severed. Things only got worse. Mutated monsters appeared in the city. The enhanced ones, though stronger, stood no chance. With their ammunition depleted and casualties piling up, even the scavenging squads had to retreat to the shelter, abandoning all further expeditions. Now, the refuge was plagued by hunger and bitter cold. Supplies were running out, and the few small teams risking their lives on supply runs barely brought back enough to make an impact. Everyone inside the shelter knew they'd been left behind. 2 months of fear and despair had turned the survivors into skittish, paranoid shells of their former selves. But tonight, the crash of that building felt like yet another dreadful omen, a sign that the apocalypse was closing in. The man in charge of the shelter, a former local official named Dai Weiman, was once a robust 6-foot-tall figure of authority. Now, his hair was streaked with gray, his hollow face a shadow of its old self, as though life had been drained out of him. He had no idea what caused the massive sound. Was it another new, horrifying creature? The sheer thought made him feel helpless and resigned. But his headaches didn't end there. The chaos inside the shelter only added to his anxieties. With so many scavengers dead, there were few left to maintain order. The lower levels had devolved into lawlessness. Looting, violence, and even murder had become regular occurrences. Dai had heard rumors of other shelters being overtaken by rioting mobs, their leadership killed, and even fed to zombies. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Chilling. In a hidden corner unbeknownst to him, a group of former members of the search party were huddled together. A young man with a scarred face lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Hong, are we making our move today?" Brother Hong nodded. "Yes." Husan Side has already agreed. He's going to take care of Lu Longsheng from the West Division Team 2. We'll start by getting rid of Wang Shan, who's always around Dai Weiman. Once that's done, there's nothing left to worry about. By then, the entire shelter will be ours. The scar-faced man gritted his teeth. We should have dealt with Dai Weiman long ago. He makes us risk our lives to search for supplies, yet pulls rank on us and orders us around like he's some big shot. The others started chiming in. It's about time we followed what the other shelters have been doing. Those useless people have the nerve to criticize us? Let's see who the real losers are. Someone sneered darkly. Supplies are running low anyway. Next time we head out to scavenge, we can just use them as bait. Another person got more agitated. We had enough supplies to last us months, but Dai Weiman gave them all away to those thousands of people, and now it's almost gone. Someone else added. He only has those few cops by his side, keeping him safe. Most of them are already dead, so taking care of the rest won't be hard. Once we take control of this place, the supplies and women will all be ours, to do with as we please. Brother Hong cut them off directly. Enough chatter. Let's focus on the plan. The action has to be clean and swift. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city in a deserted 5-star hotel, a woman was curled up inside a cabinet in the 4th-floor kitchen, trembling like a leaf. So hungry. I'm going to starve to death. A first-class culinary master, a 3-star chef, dying alone in her own kitchen. What a cruel joke that would be. Su Xingrong hadn't eaten anything in 3 days, and regret gnawed at her like a sharp blade. If only she had divided that last piece of purple yam into 40 portions, she might have endured 40 more days. Even if it meant dragging on just a little longer, she wanted to survive, if only for one more day. As she teetered on the edge of consciousness, memories of her life flickered before her eyes like a film reel. Growing up, she had been ridiculed mercilessly for her poor grades, and she survived only by leaning on her good looks. Unable to get into a prestigious high school, she attended a vocational school and studied culinary arts. Her talent was astounding, but her parents still looked down on her. Fueled by a desire to prove them wrong, she worked tirelessly, juggling classes, part-time kitchen work, and selling food at street stalls to afford tuition. She threw herself into competitions, earning gold medals, apprenticing with master chefs, and becoming a recognized beauty chef at a young age with advanced certifications. Later, she traveled abroad to master an array of cuisines from different regions. When she returned, she earned dual certifications and became the head chef of this very hotel. She believed she was on the cusp of success, ready to open her own restaurant and finally throw her accomplishments in the faces of those who once belittled her. But at 32, the apocalypse came. Now, even a single bite of food was a luxury. Cooking had become a mockery, her once prized skills as useless as a snapped lifeline. What made her despair even more was the grim reality. There was no going back to the world she knew. The hotel she was hiding in had been her workplace. At the outset of the disaster, the hotel ceased operations and became a temporary refuge for some staff and civilians. As the head chef, she had remained in charge of the kitchen. When the virus swept through, the food supplies were quickly wiped out, leaving scarce resources behind. She moved with everyone else to the 7th floor. Initially, there was cooperation and order. Being the only young woman in the group earned her some protection and care. A week later, the rescue team finally arrived, and masses of people rushed out of the hotel, only to be immediately ambushed by hordes of zombies. She witnessed unspeakable horrors. She saw a dozen people crushed into grotesque lumps of flesh, their bones protruding, their blood and muscles compacted as though by some merciless force. One man's eyeball had been squeezed out of its socket, dangling by a thin strand, yet somehow he wasn't immediately dead, screaming in agony that pierced through to her soul. Her mind went blank. The scene was so grotesque, it felt like a twisted nightmare. She couldn't even remember how she made it back to the hotel with the scattering crowd. Once inside, they pressed themselves against the windows, hoping for salvation, only to watch helplessly as the rescue teams retreated and collapsed. Of course, someone snapped and began to scream, unwittingly drawing more zombies to assault the building. With supplies exhausted and no help from outside, the group descended into chaos. Within a month, acts of cannibalism unfolded. Su Xingrong had sensed danger before things escalated. She clung to what little food she had left and became the first to flee. Through sheer luck and an intimate familiarity with the building, she managed to dodge zombies and ended up retreating to the one place she knew best, the 4th floor kitchen. What became of the people she had left behind on the 7th floor, she dared not imagine. In the kitchen, she unearthed a few remaining supplies and water. By rationing herself strictly from the beginning, she had managed to eke out survival until now. Over the past 2 months, she had watched from the window as the city outside deteriorated further into apocalyptic decay. Helicopters had passed through a few times, dropping aid supplies, but no one had ever noticed her cries for help. She had shouted herself hoarse, waved clothing, and even smashed windows to attract attention, all to no avail. She kept trying, fighting against crushing hopelessness, but still, useless, completely useless. Later, a helicopter was torn apart by a flock of zombie birds, vanishing in a fiery blink. After that, no rescue ever came again. She was 32 years old, so hungry her body felt weak and hollow, drifting into daydreams where she fantasized about someone breaking through the door and saving her. But deep down, she knew she wouldn't last much longer. She forced herself to stay composed, gazing at the sky and swearing. If someone, anyone, was willing to save her, she would do anything, even give up her life in return. Still, Su Xingrong wasn't the unluckiest one. The real despair rested with those unable to escape, trapped in a luxury high-rise clubhouse at the edge of the city center. where they were herded like livestock by a group of cannibals. Thousands of unarmed survivors were detained by over 100 thugs, systematically processed and consumed. Every day, more people vanished. These thugs were originally bouncers and bodyguards employed by the club. Their leader, Tang Long, had a history as a Southeast Asian mercenary. The club's original owner, Wu Wensheng, had built his empire through underground deals, drugs, gambling, trafficking, even storing illegal firearms. 2 days into the breakdown of society, national police forces, concerned that Wu's gang would exploit the chaos, launched an operation to take them down. Both sides fought fiercely for a day, but before the authorities could seize control, the infection spread. Waves of officers turned into zombies right on the spot. The surviving police had no choice but to retreat and protect a group of civilians within the clubhouse, while Wu's gang retreated to the upper floors. Soon, food became scarce, and tensions boiled over. An internal revolt broke out. Wu Wenxing was killed on the spot by Tang Long, who then took charge as the new leader. When their food finally ran out, any facade of humanity was discarded entirely. Cannibalism. For them, it wasn't even a question. Employees, guests, survivors, if you were weak, you were food. The military attempted rescue operations, and the police tried to break through and join forces with them. But each effort failed miserably. Gunfire drew swarms of the infected, surrounding the entire building like a solid wall of death. Crushing through the blockade only led to more casualties. The harder they fought, the bleaker the situation became. Eventually, nobody could even venture out for supplies. The clubhouse became a living prison. The police force thinned out, their numbers dwindling until they could barely maintain order. That was when Tang Long bribed an insider and launched a nighttime raid. Nearly every officer was slaughtered, leaving Tang Long in full control of the clubhouse. Now reigning supreme, Tang Long was beyond satisfied. With thousands of rations at his disposal and a few attractive female officers among those captured, he had everything he wanted. Some captivated him more than others. It wasn't as if he lacked women. The club's escorts were plentiful. Even the former boss Wu Wenxing's woman, Xie Zi, and the club's top beauty, Gu Xiaoming, had now become his playthings. But female cops? They were a different breed. The ones who once stood high and mighty above him. Breaking them bit by bit was the ultimate pleasure. One of the female officers had resisted him and paid the price. Beaten nearly to death, she was tossed to his men like a discarded toy. The other one, he decided to savor her slowly. Tang Long carried a woman's dress and a loaf of bread with him as he knocked on the door of one of the luxury suites. He chalked up his phony composure as style. Even in this hellscape, living for each day, he insisted on orchestrating a certain ambience in the places he ruled. From inside, there wasn't a single response. He opened the door and went in. The heat inside hung thick, suffocating. The fireplace roared with flames fueled by broken-down wooden furniture, casting the entire room in a warm, yet eerie, glow. The bed was empty, but he scanned the room until his eyes landed on a trembling figure curled up in the corner. "Not ready yet, Officer Fong," he jeered with a mocking tone, his smile laced with venom. The woman didn't respond or move, but her shaking gave her away. He tossed the dress onto the bed and threw the bread in her direction. The loaf struck her head and rolled onto the floor. His expression darkened. "All those escape attempts drawn the infected right to us. Look at us now. No one's getting out of here. We all die together." He paused as if physically clamping down on his own frustration. "One more day? I'll give you until tomorrow. If you're still acting like this by then, don't blame me for what happens next." With those words, he turned and left without hesitation. He wasn't concerned about her taking her own life. Women who truly had courage to end it, they were long gone. He could never forget the sight of this woman, crying and pleading for her life as she crawled over her companion's corpse to beg him for mercy. That intoxicating moment of revenge still sent chills through him and made his blood rush in satisfaction. The woman in the corner heard the door click shut and slowly lifted her face. Her hair was filthy and matted, her once pristine police uniform stained with blood and grime, her eyes swollen red from crying. And yet, her face was still stunning and strikingly beautiful. Her name was Fong Xuana, previously a civilian intelligence officer for the city's Public Security Bureau. Known for her sharp demeanor and undeniable beauty, She had long stood on a pedestal built by others, arrogance seemingly etched into her very being. But in the last 2 months, she had witnessed things far worse than arrogance could shield. Colleagues turning into zombies, their bodies torn apart, consumed right before her eyes. Attempts to escape, ending in. Every attempt was a failure. One by one, my comrades fell. The number of people who could protect her grew fewer and fewer. In the end, the stronghold was overrun by the marauding thugs. The surviving companions were slaughtered like livestock. She witnessed with her own eyes the junior who always shielded her, stripped naked, pinned to the ground, and dismembered alive. It broke her completely. She was no longer the proud and valiant police officer, just a trembling, sobbing little girl. Desperation overcame her. To survive, she lowered her head, begging for mercy. She suddenly snatched the bread that had fallen on the ground, tore open its packaging, and devoured it hungrily. "I'm sorry, Sister Yang. I can't hold on anymore. I don't want to die. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," she cried as she ate, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, watching helplessly as all hope was stripped away. Her mind was set now. She was going to give herself up in exchange for that tiny, pitiful chance at survival. At this very moment, I stood on the third floor of a commercial complex, gazing down into the atrium. From here, I could see the jagged hole carved into the ice on the first floor. That's the spot I had just climbed out of. Accompanying me as I emerged were 50 newly added Crystal Tech bots, each equipped with 1,000 cubic meters of vector space. The moment they surfaced, they dispersed, spreading across the city to scavenge supplies. During the 2 days I'd spent waiting for the virus to spread, I had already gathered a batch of food supplies from malls and supermarkets in several major cities. However, at the time, my storage space was limited, and whatever couldn't fit had to be transported back and forth, costing significant time and effort. I could only pick and choose carefully back then. It wasn't until 2 months later, when I had finally converted all the nuclear weapons on the planet, that I had the extra capacity to expand my spaces further. Now, not only did I purchase more capacity, but I also upgraded my space management system. My storage could now be freely combined without being fixed to a specific carrier. In the future, the independent spaces of these robots could connect and form a massive warehouse directly integrated into the onboard Xiaoting base. This time, I wasn't picky. Regardless of category, whether loose items or entire batches, as long as something was visible, intact, and could be taken, I grabbed it all. Food, necessities, medications, medical equipment, clothing, furniture, electronics. I wanted everything. Jewelry, gemstones, antiques, fine artworks, clothes made of luxury fabrics. I collected them as well. Even museums, art galleries, and libraries, seen by most as useless places in a post-apocalyptic world, became my targets. Not even dental clinics were spared. Oral care products and ceramic materials used for dental implants would see significant demand in the future. High-end salons and their premium hair care and dye products cleared out too. I even sent specific orders for robots to dismantle construction waste and electronic debris, planning to later trade them in for recycling systems to extract rare materials from this trash. I wasn't trying to compete with the authorities, but the resources in the city center were beyond their capacity to reclaim. Rather than letting it all rot there, I made sure I showed no mercy in gathering everything within reach. The city center still harbored survivors, but in such extreme conditions, their chances of making it were slim. So I did the opposite. I began collecting from the most dangerous zones, places survivors couldn't even tread. Because my exosuit was impervious to human scent, and the Crystal Tech bots lacked any trace of human presence, operating in these areas was actually the safest option. Bursting through the rupture in the ice, I leaped skyward, reaching the upper floors of the mall before systematically sweeping downward through 5 or 6 levels. The equipment from the IMAX theater, its digital movie copies, the entirety of the food court's kitchenware, all of it was absorbed into my storage in one go. The toys and home goods on the 3rd floor met the same fate, wiped out completely. I walked calmly through the sea of ferocious zombies surrounding me, a suffocating tide of undead bodies. Yet unbothered, I bent down, flipping over tags in the 2nd floor clothing department. This place resembled a refuge abandoned at the onset of the apocalypse, with grotesque organic growths stretching across the walls, turning it into something that looked straight out of a biohorror hive. Witnessing that there wasn't much left worth taking up here anymore, I realized staying further could only court trouble. I collected one last shelving unit, then vaulted out of the atrium, dropping back into the hole beneath the ice. The first floor and underground levels, flooded with water, mainly housed jewelry stores, cosmetic counters, and supermarkets. I had already scoured them down to the last scrap long ago. My storage system featured a unique functionality that activated specifically underwater, enabling me to grab objects remotely through liquid mediums of certain density. In the air, this ability was essentially unusable due to insufficient density, but underwater, I could absorb an entire shelving aisle and its full stock in a single instant. I swam through the submerged main gate where the Xiaoting base was docked just outside. Navigating back on board through the airlock chamber, the Xiaoting base immediately set off, continuing its journey beneath the ice. The varying depths of water beneath the frozen surface shifted as it moved. Nearer the ocean, the water was deeper, while heading inland made it increasingly shallow. My next planned move was to. One stop is the Shunlong Mall, about 10 kilometers from home. But not long after setting out, I detected a spectral entity lingering up ahead. I had no choice but to change course, diving into deeper waters to avoid it. Spectral entities, as they were officially named in my previous life, form only when zombie density reaches an extremely high threshold, allowing them to fuse together. Describing their appearance is nearly impossible. It's as if a heap of rotting flesh was thrown together into a grotesque monstrosity, earning them the collective label of spectral entity. Despite their repulsive form, this is already considered their stable fused state. They are absurdly strong and incredibly hard to kill. If attacked with the same method repeatedly, they even develop resistance to it. Fortunately, they adhere to a sort of energy conservation principle. If you leave them alone, they're usually too sluggish to bother attacking. In my previous life, spectral entities were further classified into G-type, B-type, and the mutated alpha variants. What's known as a variant is simply a nickname for unstable mutation. The grotesque, irregular zombies I've encountered among hordes before fall under this unstable category. Once their genes stabilize, they transform into true mutants, categorized roughly into Class A, Class B, and Class C types. Class C zombies weren't officially identified in my previous life until 2 years before the nuclear purge began. Their resilience approached that of a spectral entity. Now, the shouting navigates through frozen streets under layers of ice, smashing away debris scattered by prior tsunamis. My sensors indicate a group of zombies above the ice, besieging a survivor party. I didn't intervene. From past experience, zombies don't die out from lack of food or water. They can maintain their vitality indefinitely. Their instinct to bite humans isn't to replenish energy, but seems to be a primal, virus-spreading impulse, somewhat erratic and imprecise. The energy source behind zombies has always stumped officials. One thing they did confirm: every city has an upper limit to zombie proliferation. Once the population hits this cap, zombies are driven outward by a mental pulse emitted by the spectral entity, leading to one of humanity's greatest disasters, the zombie tide. In my previous life, the officials attempted to obliterate city centers with nuclear and conventional firepower. The problem was, spectral entities are incredibly difficult to destroy completely. Their residual tissue would recoalesce and begin multiplying at an accelerated rate, quickly growing back into massive monstrosities. Worse still, exposure to radiation only triggers further evolution. In later stages, spectral entities could even develop intelligence. They learned to defend themselves and began deploying biological weapons specifically designed to intercept long-range aerial strikes. Second-generation and beyond zombies were a key source of system points in my past life. But at this stage, citywide zombies are mostly first-generation and many remain in unstable states. I've tried converting some of them before, but the payoff was low. The scattered numbers made the effort hardly worth it. More importantly, hunting on a large scale in urban areas comes with enormous risks. It's easy to agitate a spectral entity. Once it sets its sights on you, the consequences are catastrophic. I've never killed one before and have no idea how many points it yields, so I have little interest in trying. Besides, Getting cornered by a horde summoned by a spectral entity here in the city would not only mean meeting my end, it'd be a total waste. As I see it, the smartest approach is to wait for second-gen zombies to ramp up in numbers and join with regular hordes, forming a zombie tide to spread outward. At that point, you can ambush them far from city centers, reducing risk and maximizing efficiency during the harvest. However, the conversion ability I have comes with restrictions. The target must be in a dormant state. Highly active targets lead to conversion failures. For living targets, they must be mortally wounded or converted immediately post-mortem. This limitation is particularly frustrating. It's not a combat-friendly ability. This lifetime is playing out differently than my past one. The number of survivors in the city center has significantly dwindled, but their locations are more concentrated. Many survivor outposts were established after that large-scale rescue mission failed. It's a stark contrast to the previous life where people were scattered and fighting for themselves, often sticking to individual neighborhoods as their bases. Although that mission fell through, it succeeded in saving a large portion of the city's population and disrupted the original fractured layout, forcing survivors to gather into centralized groups. This shift, for me, is fortunate. It means I only need to visit a small handful of locations to finish my task faster than anticipated. From the traces left around the resource points along the way, survivors were forming various factions in the early apocalypse. Despite occasional conflicts, their interactions remained relatively restrained, showing that people still had hope during those days. But once zombies began mutating and fusing, coupled with sharp drops in resources, many of those factions were effectively trapped and quickly devolved into violent brigades. That's the nature of the apocalypse. In dire, resource-starved, danger-riddled scenarios, without official support, 8 out of 10 private groups devolve into chaos. They all would turn into bandits. And in this life of mine, the first gang of thugs I encountered is just ahead. I circled around for dozens of minutes and finally snuck close to the target. There were only a dozen or so blessed seed carriers among them, not worth mentioning at all. Through thermal imaging, I could even clearly see what they were doing. To be honest, the thought of rescuing people from this gang of thugs sent a slight thrill through me. This time, I didn't choose to break in by force. Instead, I left the little ting with 5 silent crystal robots, quietly drilled a hole through the ice layer, and emerged from underwater. This was an area of commercial housing on the outskirts of the community. The first and second floors of the shops were already submerged by water. Outside the building, a cluster of zombies wandered restlessly, clearly drawn by the living people inside. Upstairs, over 30 people were crammed into one building. Among them, about 20 were the thugs, while the remaining dozen were the lambs they kept captive. To save the hostages, the first step was to separate the thugs from the captives. If separation proved impossible, then I'd have to strike with overwhelming force, hitting them so hard they'd never see it coming. I quietly led the robots in, taking out the 5 men standing guard outside first. Although this gang of thugs was cautious, they were amateurs through and through. Against someone like me, a seasoned pro, they were nothing more than sitting ducks. Soon, a few others, either sleeping or distracted, were dealt with as well. I and my robots came to a halt outside a room that was quite clearly being used as their headquarters. The thermal imaging showed 2 roaring stoves inside, with 10 people busy at work within. Suddenly, one of them paused, pushed past those nearby, and cautiously approached the door. I wasn't interested in wasting any words. I ordered one silent crystal robot armed with a heavy machine gun to fire through the wall, aiming at the heat source I judged to be male and starting with the lower body. The moment the gunfire ceased, I kicked the reinforced door off its hinges and barged straight into the room. The robot's shooting was precisely controlled, leaving the screaming women unharmed. However, as for the 5 naked men, all had their legs shattered and were now sprawled on the ground, howling in sheer agony while blood painted the room red. I deliberately avoided lethal shots. I wasn't going to let these apparent leaders die so easily. At the very least, they needed to taste the edge of death. The silent crystal robots followed closely behind me, swiftly dragging the nearest thugs away from the women, tossing them to the far end of the room. Forming a line, the robots completely isolated the attackers from the women, preventing any retaliatory assault. The last shred of fight in Chao Jinhua was utterly shattered. watching the fully armed robots and the person clad in futuristic battle armor before him. His entire being was consumed by terror, overriding even the excruciating pain of his severed limbs. His mind went blank. A second ago, everything had seemed just fine. Boss, please don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. I know this area well. I know where supplies are stashed. Spare me, and I'll take you there. He gritted his teeth through the pain and appealed to me, who he thought was their leader. But I remained silent, not uttering a word. I crouched down, gave him a cold glance, then grabbed a wailing thug nearby who was clutching his severed leg. Dragging him to the floor-to-ceiling glass window on the balcony, I smashed the glass and tossed him out. The piercing cold wind rushed in, accompanied by the guttural screeches of the zombie horde below. His screams were quickly swallowed, leaving behind only the churning, wet sounds of zombies feasting on flesh. The room plunged into silence. I walked back, grabbed another one. Desperation filled his voice as he screamed at Chao Jinhua. "Chao, save me." A heartbeat later, he, too, was thrown out the window. The remaining two tried to crawl toward the door in a futile attempt at escape. I dragged them back, one by one, and sent them out the same way. The screams from below grew fainter and fainter. Chao Jinhua suddenly lunged for his pants on the floor, fumbling out a handgun from the pocket. In his frenzy, he fired wildly at me. The bullets struck my battle armor but ricocheted harmlessly, without leaving so much as a scratch. Still, he kept firing until the magazine ran dry. Even then, he continued pulling the trigger with a desperate click-click as if urging his own death warrant. I stepped forward, grabbed him by the scruff of his collar, lifting him up as my voice, cold as the Antarctic winds, resonated from within the helmet. "Now do you understand what's happened?" Chao Jinhua's entire body went limp. "And just kill me already. I'm begging you." Without another word, I slung him out the window as well. His scream trailed off, pulled under by the ravenous tide of the undead below. Turning back, I faced the 5 women left in the room. They sat there, completely naked and trembling under a blanket, huddled in the corner of the bed, terrified beyond words. I closed the balcony door, shutting out the icy air. Only then were the women able to catch their breath. One of them, braver than the rest, glanced toward me cautiously but didn't dare to speak. I scanned the next room, detecting a dozen more heat signatures inside. Without hesitation, I strode over and kicked the door wide open, setting off another wave of piercing screams. The occupants had clearly heard both the gunfire and the previous screams of anguish, but when the metal-armored figure burst in, the sight was enough to shake me to the core. I nodded slightly. If they can still scream, it means they're alive. I herded the women from the next room into this one, gathering them with the initial 5. 16 women in total, each one disheveled, filthy, and emaciated, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Some of them, it was clear, were mentally broken. These women were the chosen ones of the raiders. Every one of them was stunningly beautiful. Among them, 11 were blessed seed bearers. I recognized that this was my first batch of seeds being rescued. Before the apocalypse, these women were likely cherished and adored by the people around them. Now, they had been trampled into the dirt, reduced to the lowest form of currency. The raiders had already done their worst. Taking these women away now faced surprisingly little resistance. I observed them for a while. Of the original 5 women I'd found, their appearance was not only the most striking, but their mental states also seemed to be the most intact. The rest, however, had been pushed to the brink of collapse. A tightness clenched in my chest as I conducted preliminary tests to ensure they hadn't consumed human flesh. Their vitals checked out as normal. In times like these, it wasn't uncommon to find traces of cannibalism. Even the most brutal raiders preferred to keep their women on real food rather than risk turning them into mindless monsters. That being said, this was just step 1 of the screening. More comprehensive tests would reveal the full truth. "Big brother, are you here to take us away?" One of the girls, the one who dared to sneak a glance at me earlier, ventured to ask, summoning every ounce of courage. I didn't answer with words, but instead looked toward the upper floors, where faint signs of life were registering on my scanner. "Upstairs is the meat room. No one ever comes back from there," she stammered. Her voice faltered as she added, "Several of our weaker sisters were taken up there. Please you." She trailed off. Her eyes were a mix of desperation and fear, clinging to even the slimmest chance for survival. I ascended the stairs. Bitter wind howled through a gap in the damaged walls. Inside the room, rows of people hung upside down. Men, women, the old, the young. Most had already been frozen solid, suspended like grotesque ice sculptures. A few women, freshly strung up, still clung to fragile life. They looked like desiccated husks, barely holding on. Hearing me approach, they didn't even struggle. When they met my eyes, their faces showed only numb resignation. Bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, each bullet precisely puncturing foreheads, granting them an instant release. I had given them mercy. I didn't dwell on the butchered bodies still hanging there. Turning away, I made my way back downstairs. The women below had no choice. Under the watchful gaze of crystalline combat robots, they were marched outside. They trembled as they descended the staircase, wrapped only in threadbare blankets. Outside, the zombie horde continued feasting on the raiders' remains. Several zombies lifted their heads, noticing the women, and began shuffling in their direction. Panic flashed across their faces, but before they could flee, a deafening explosion shattered the air. With a thunderous roar, the behemoth icebreaker vehicle emerged from beneath the frozen water like a beast awakening from slumber. Its massive tires and attached trailers barreled through the undead. Some zombies tumbled into the icy depths, while others were obliterated under crushing wheels. Mounted turrets on the vehicle unleashed volleys of gunfire, clearing the immediate area in mere seconds. The shouting stationed itself in front of the women, the massive armored carrier now their escape. The hatch lowered, and I gestured for the women bearing the blessed seeds to board first. The remaining 5 women, though less valuable from a biological resource perspective, were still striking by regular standards. I hesitated momentarily before handing them food and clothing, ultimately directing them into the towed trailers at the back. The Central Command, the official structure, desperately needed more population, especially women. In the chaos of the apocalypse, death was swift and indiscriminate, often disproportionately affecting vulnerable groups. Delivering a fresh batch of survivors to official strongholds wasn't just an act of charity. It was essential for stabilizing the rebuilding of order. This trip into the city wasn't solely for altruistic reasons. Saving as many as I could and sending them to refuge bolstered the size of official bases. The larger their operations, the easier it would be for me to infiltrate later and conduct my dealings, whether blending in, gathering intel, or negotiating for resources. As far as exposure was concerned, no one could pinpoint me. After all, would anyone dare tell the government that a spaceship-like armored vehicle, escorted by a squad of combat robots, tore through the city streets and saved their lives? At most, they'd spin a vague tale about an anonymous militant group lending a fortuitous hand. Nothing that could be proven. My job was simply to ferry them to safety. Whether the officials could afford to support them wasn't my concern. There were some background profiles among the survivors. Take Jiang Yinling, for example. Pre-apocalypse, she worked as a sales associate at a luxury car dealership. Smart, quick-witted, and stunningly attractive, she even moonlighted as a car model when required. She knew how to work people with her charisma and planned her future meticulously. Climb the corporate ladder, marry rich, or, worst case, save up and eventually settle with a dependable guy. But none of that mattered anymore. Disaster ripped the trajectory of her life into pieces. After the disaster broke out, she rushed back to her apartment and stayed hidden for a few days, hoping everything would return to normal. Instead, the city was completely overrun, with zombies roaming everywhere. When her food ran out, she and a few neighbors decided to venture out in search of supplies. Midway, they were saved by a squad of soldiers, only to then be ambushed and trapped by a horde of zombies. Though the group managed to break out, they became separated from the larger unit and couldn't escape the city. Left with no other choice, they, along with over 100 others, barricaded themselves inside an apartment building, attempting to survive by forming a small community. In the beginning, they barely managed to maintain order. Because of her striking looks, Jiang Yinling was assigned safer logistical work. But the outside world grew more perilous by the day, and those sent out for supplies kept dying, one after another. Food became scarcer, and tensions within the group only escalated. leading to arguments and deepening mistrust. Then, one fateful night, their apartment building was breached by another group of survivors who had conspired with a traitor from within. That group was nothing short of a band of ravenous monsters. They devoured those they killed right on the spot. Even the traitorous informant met the same gruesome fate. The remaining survivors were tied up and thrown into the basement. The only ones spared for the time being were Jiang Yinling and several other attractive women, kept around simply to be tormented and used. Outside, the world was just as unforgiving. Even this group of savages suffered losses every time they ventured out. After one particularly devastating trip, fewer than half of them returned alive. However, they brought back a significant amount of supplies and a new batch of captives. The newcomers, like before, were tied up and dumped downstairs. Meanwhile, more women from the surviving group were selected and taken away. Jiang Yinling watched with her own eyes as her former teammates were butchered and roasted. The experience crushed her spirit entirely, and she found herself teetering on the edge of suicide. But some inner strength pushed her through. She knew she had to survive, even if that meant pretending to comply. It was clear to her, once the food ran out, she would undoubtedly become the next meal. Waiting for death felt like a blade slowly carving her throat. Thankfully, the savages didn't feed her human flesh, or she might have gone completely insane. Then came that day. A squad of armored warriors appeared out of nowhere, descending upon the building like avenging angels. In mere minutes, they annihilated the hungry monsters. Those who had tormented them, who had made them despair, were now as fragile as lambs before the slaughter in the face of the mechanized warriors. The armored soldiers didn't act gently, but their actions were unquestionably clear in intent. They were there to protect the survivors. The squad's leader, clad in an imposing and exquisite mech suit, dealt with all the monsters in the swiftest and most definitive way, a way that Jiang Yinling had longed to see. But just as relief settled over them, the surviving women were herded downstairs like livestock. Jiang Yinling had thought she wouldn't be fed to the zombies, yet when the undead lunged at them, she still panicked and turned to flee. At that very moment, the ice beneath their feet shattered with a deafening roar. A colossal machine burst through the frozen ground, sweeping away the zombies in an instant and coming to a halt before them. It was only then she saw it clearly, a massive armored vehicle, the kind she had only seen in science fiction movies. Its sheer size and presence filled her with both overwhelming fear and an unexpected sense of safety, making her question if she was dreaming. The leader gave them no time to linger in shock. 5 people were selected and handed supplies before being guided into the vehicle's rear compartment. The remaining 11 women, including Jiang Yinling, were ordered to board the main vehicle. The hatch slid open, thick and heavy like the airlock of a spaceship. Inside was a narrow staircase that only allowed one person at a time. At the top, there was an even larger glass door. They had to climb the stairs one by one. Jiang Yinling was the third in line. Stripped of her blanket and nearly naked, she hesitantly stepped onto the stairs. The moment she passed through, the hatch behind her sealed shut. The stairwell became an enclosed chamber that rapidly warmed up. Warm liquid, likely a disinfectant, sprayed over her body, washing away the filth. The second door opened, and she was allowed inside. What greeted her was something that looked like a cockpit. Along with a steering wheel and seats, the cabin was lined with flashing screens and a plethora of instruments she couldn't recognize. To the left, an open door revealed a brightly lit resting area where the first 2 women were already standing. Deeper in this section was another closed door. More people filed in gradually, and the room quickly became cramped. The 11 women could barely stand shoulder to shoulder in the confined space. After all they had gone through, none of them dared to question the situation. They could only obediently wait, though their unfamiliar surroundings made a faint spark of hope begin to stir. Jiang Yinling had been a luxury car salesperson for 3 years, but she'd never seen a vehicle with such structure or technology. This was no ordinary armored vehicle. Suddenly, the wall before them slid to the sides, revealing a horizontal corridor. A gentle female voice greeted them simultaneously. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Paradise Shelter. I am Administrator Xiaoyun. Congratulations on being the first passengers here." Following Xiaoyun's instructions, they walked into the corridor. Straight ahead stood an intricately designed gateway. so exquisite that Jiang Yinling couldn't tell if it was a functioning door or decorative. They were led to the right. The lighting was soft, and the carpet beneath their bare feet felt plush, like a memory of a world before the apocalypse. But after just a few steps, Jiang Yinling's heart sank. Something wasn't right. There was no way this much space could exist inside the vehicle itself. After the wall had opened earlier, they should have stepped outside. So where exactly were they now? She turned to look at her surroundings. As they glanced at each other, their faces equally ashen, no one dared to speak a word. They could only brace themselves and continue walking. At the end of the hallway, around the corner, was a door flanked by green plants. Inside, the room resembled a waiting area with rows of seating, a high-tech counter to one side, and several small partitioned cubicles in the back. The 11 of them were led to the cubicles, where equipment resembling hair salon perm machines stood ready. The soft female voice spoke again. Before entering the shelter, a full-body disinfection is required. Step 1. Please shave off all your hair. Everyone stood frozen in place. Jiang Yinling gathered her courage to ask, "Didn't we already disinfect on the bus?" That was only preliminary. This shelter is completely isolated from the outside world. You've been exposed to external environments for far too long, and your hair carries complex pollutants. It must be thoroughly removed. Your clothing, too, cannot be admitted as it hasn't undergone proper sterilization. Someone whispered hesitantly, "What about just washing our hair? That's not sufficient. It must be completely shaved." Though unwilling, they had no other choice. One by one, they sat down as the machines buzzed to life, stripping them of every strand of hair. Before long, 11 bare heads stood silently at the entrance to the next area, humiliation and unease etched into every face. The next room was larger, divided by glass into narrow corridors just wide enough for one person. Overhead, clusters of shower heads were affixed to the ceiling. They each entered a respective corridor. As soon as they stepped in, foamy hot water came raining down from above. These corridors were meant to lead directly into the next room, but everyone found themselves forced to bathe here. Jiang Yinling, who hadn't had a decent bath in over a month, was especially overwhelmed. In recent days, she couldn't even spare enough water to wipe herself down and had become accustomed to the acrid, sour smell that clung to her unwashed body. She could see filth peeling off in layers as she scrubbed her skin under the hot water. The foam, while incredibly effective in cleaning, carried a sharp, disinfectant odor. The water pressure intensified, pounding so heavily that it was difficult to breathe. The gentle female voice sounded again, "Please proceed forward. Once you've completed the disinfection zone, there will be private facilities available for bathing. Kindly expedite the process." Flushing with shame, Jiang Yinling quickened her pace, crossing through the corridor into what appeared to be a restroom. The floor held squat toilets, the walls on either side had mounted mechanical arms, and the door was a full-length mirror. In the reflection, she saw herself, a slick, bald head, a tired, sallow complexion, and an emaciated frame. Yet, her facial structure still remained intact. This is the internal disinfection room. Procedures include oral cleansing, dental cleaning, and the flushing of your stomach and intestines, the steady female voice continued. The mechanical arm to her left extended first, offering a ball-shaped brush. Following instructions, she inserted it into her mouth. The soft bristles released liquid and began to rotate, instantly filling her mouth with foam. After a few rotations, the brush sprayed water to rinse, but as she took a sip, she was overwhelmed, choking as foam spilled from her mouth into the toilet below. A second arm approached, holding a Y-shaped toothbrush system. She bit down on it as the bristles polished both the inside and outside of her teeth. The sensation was so excruciating that it made her wince. She had lost teeth before from past violent encounters, and this abrasive cleaning seemed to rip open old wounds. The rinse revealed a stream of foamy, blood-tinged water. The third arm came equipped with an injection-like tube. Again, she was told to take it into her mouth, and liquid began to surge directly into her throat. As soon as the fluid hit her stomach, she doubled over, retching violently. Despite being convinced that her stomach was empty, she still vomited out dark, toxic waste. The machinery persisted, urging her to continue. With no alternative, she reluctantly resumed use of the tube. This was torment in every sense of the word. Disinfectant was repeatedly flushed in, and each time, she'd expel it back out, her abdomen burning as if set ablaze. The searing heat traveled downward until vomiting turned into relentless diarrhea, and she could scarcely stand on her own. Biting back tears, she steeled herself. Only one thought kept her going. Make it through this, and she'd reach the shelter, away from the filth and brutality of the outside world. When there was nothing left to expel, the tube was finally withdrawn. The final mechanical arm approached with a smoother, rounded device. She was still required to take it into her mouth, and it slithered like a snake down her esophagus. The female voice explained, "This is an endoscopic internal cleanser. It will detect any residue and spray treatment liquids if necessary. The process ends once all contaminants have been removed." Finally, the mirrored door swung open, and she stepped into a genuine bathing room. Tile walls gleamed in pure white. The shower head above looked pristine. On the shelf were shampoo, body wash, and soap, accompanied by fluffy white towels. A cabinet to her left held a neatly folded, pale blue, loose-fitting t-shirt with matching shorts, alongside a pair of soft-soled slippers. She washed for a long time, changed into clean clothes, pushed the door open, and entered the next room. It was a massive ward, densely packed with hospital beds. A robot with a round head, a screen for a face, and wheels underneath glided towards her. "Passenger, your provisional number is 03. Initial examination results are good, but a blood test is still required. After the blood draw, please rest at bed number 3. Follow me." The robot pricked her arm, drawing a drop of blood. With a numb expression, she followed the robot to the assigned bed. 2 people who had arrived earlier were already lying stiffly in their beds, motionless. Half an hour later, all 11 people had arrived. The robot pushed over a food cart and handed out 11 bowls of porridge and 11 cups of milk, placing them one by one onto the bedside tables. The porridge was thick and smooth, with cilantro, wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and swirls of egg mixed in. The savory aroma, combined with the scent of milk, wafted through the room, tantalizing noses. The women in the room, starved to the brink of collapse, froze in disbelief. No one dared to be the first to pick up a spoon. It was only after a long moment that they hesitantly took their first sips of warm food. For over a month, they had survived solely on compressed biscuit paste and bits of instant noodle crumbs, resigned to the belief that the future would only grow worse. That single taste of ordinary life from before the apocalypse felt like the most luxurious of delicacies. Suddenly, someone began sobbing softly, trying to suppress the sounds. Jiang Yinling, moved by the crying, also began to shed tears. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of quiet weeping. Have we been saved by a divine being? If this is a dream, let me die in it. I never want to wake up. At that moment, a clear, cold male voice echoed from the doorway. "Not bad accommodations here, huh?" he remarked. "You're all malnourished, so you'll have to start with light meals for recovery. If you want to continue staying here, you'll need to work." Jiang Yinling looked up. The leader of the mecha fighters, the one who had saved them, walked into the room. His helmet unfolded like machinery, revealing a strikingly handsome face with sharp, defined features. He stopped in front of them. "Congratulations, everyone. You've been rescued. Welcome to my paradise." Moments ago, the women had been despondent and lifeless. Now, seeing his face, their expressions transformed instantly. Their gazes fixed on him. Their eyes seemed to search desperately for a source of security. I internally scoffed. Looks really do trump all else. I'd picked this face deliberately to suppress their resistance and make it easier for them to adjust to being here. Yet I could see it clearly. These women, long starved and shaved bald, so thin and frail they could only stomach porridge, had long lost any semblance of beauty. Humans, as a species, are laughably fragile. Next, we needed to proceed with blood tests. This wasn't just about health screenings. It was about confirming whether they had any unauthorized substances in their systems. To put it bluntly, it was a check to determine if any of them had consumed human flesh. Anyone who had engaged in cannibalism would not be allowed to stay. While no abnormalities had shown up in their waste samples, blood tests were more accurate. The upgraded equipment could detect even the most trace amounts of residue. Most of this group would likely pass. In the future, if anyone is determined to be a cannibal, Those who were non-consenting and posed minimal risk would be exiled. The truly dangerous cases would have to be dealt with on the spot. Regarding the elaborate disinfection and quarantine procedures, they weren't actually necessary. It was all part of a stage performance. On one hand, I wanted to scare them into believing the outside world was filthy and terrifying. On the other, I wanted them to feel that entering this place meant they were purified. This way, their mindset would shift from self-loathing to pride, making them far easier to control. The first step once someone is admitted here is to send them to the recovery room. Depending on the severity of their physical conditions, they'd stay for varying durations. Beyond providing medical care and nutrition, the most critical step was administering the basic enhancement serum. The serum, purchasable from the system's store, is the cheapest genetic optimization agent available. It significantly boosts a person's overall physical condition by 35% without harming their vitality and can even extend their lifespan up to 150 years. But what I value is not the improvement. It's the fact that its effects can be forcibly stripped away with the neutralizer serum. First, let these women savor the euphoria of becoming stronger and living longer. Then, in the event of misconduct, publicly strip those privileges away and cast them back into the hell of the outside world. The sheer terror of falling from heaven to the abyss is far more effective than any punishment. As for management, my approach is straightforward. No need for pretty female officials or playing politics. I use artificial intelligence to oversee the humans directly. When the population grows, trivial matters will inevitably become major drains on resources. If I make Shouting handle both internal and external affairs, her computational capacity would surely be overburdened. So, I purchased a new assistant, Xiaoyun, to handle all internal operations of the sanctuary, leaving Shouting solely responsible for external affairs. One handles internal, the other external, strictly divided. This way, there's no room for cliques, corruption, or deception. Leave any chances for accidents, not even a spark of possibility. The shelter has sensors installed everywhere, and each terminal is equipped with basic AI, enabling all processes to run automatically. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan monitors them at all times. Shouting, on the other hand, is responsible for external strategies, vehicle operation, weapon systems, controlling robots and drones, base vehicle maintenance, cyber infiltration, and intelligence gathering, all designed to deal with external threats. As for the name, I initially thought of calling it the Xiaoyan Shelter to align with the Shouting base vehicle. However, considering that the shelter would inevitably expand to an unimaginable scale and I remain its true owner, I changed the name to Paradise Shelter. Furthermore, I insisted on calling it a shelter instead of a base to instill a crisis-aware mindset in everyone. Just because it's safe here doesn't mean people aren't dying outside. Before it became fully operational, I even took the time to personally design and renovate the corridor that connects the shelter to the base vehicle. After all, that corridor is the first impression for anyone, especially the women, coming in. The materials were custom pre-made by Hongjian, and the space management system allowed for quick one-click installations. The cost was so low it almost felt like playing a city-building game. For me, this was not a burden. Rather, it was a rare kind of excitement and deep-seated interest. My aesthetic sense leans traditional. Deep down, I aim to revive classicism. But reality forced me to prioritize functionality, and unfortunately, my artistic stubbornness wouldn't relent. Every day, rationality and perfectionism clashed in my mind. The result? I wanted a purely classical style, but when brought to life, it ended up as a compromise, modernized traditional Chinese style. At one point, I became obsessed with dugong, traditional interlocking wooden brackets, and even considered building the corridor beams into complex bourgeois structures. When I actually started working on it, however, I realized that authentic dugong structures were massive and overly complicated. If densely laid out, they would consume nearly all the upper space, leaving the corridor cramped and oppressive. Reluctantly, I kept reducing the size, but the smaller I made them, the less they resembled dugong at all. In the end, I had to settle for simplified, false dugong structures. Unfortunately, the ongs, dugong brackets, leaned downward and outward, which created a sense of visual instability and chaos indoors. It only looked messier the more I attempted to decorate. I eventually gave up, removed the faux columns and their capitals completely, and turned the entire layer of brackets into repetitive, three-dimensional decorative patterns. This finally salvaged the corridor from clutter and claustrophobia. It even started looking refreshingly clean. Yet I remained stubborn. I wanted to install a ring of gilded, official-style dugong as the inner eaves beneath the roof to expand the sense of space. Sadly, the corridor was too narrow, and the result was awkward at best. No matter how I arranged it, the grand, majestic impact I envisioned simply refused to emerge. It was in this moment I finally understood why many components in masonry buildings often look structural, but are actually non-load-bearing aesthetic choices. Over time, such elaborate elements inevitably get reduced to minimal decoration. What's the point of complexity when it serves no practical purpose? I stopped fretting over it and shifted my focus to enhancing the overall effect. Surprisingly, the rest of the renovation progressed much more smoothly. The ceiling was installed with paneled coverings, featuring small, spaced-out caissons every 5 meters. In the center of each caisson hung a lotus-shaped light, surrounded by lotus-themed painted designs. The bracket layers below were supported by thin, understated faux e-fangs, horizontal beams. The walls were covered in pastel cloud-patterned wallpaper with a warm undertone, while beneath the real wood wainscoting ran a maze-like geometric wall border. Polished marble flooring was topped with pure wool carpets extending all the way to the base of the walls. The main hall doors faced the hidden spatial door in the base vehicle. Four imposing vermilion red thick doors sealed the entry, appearing both heavy and commanding. The panels featured intricately carved, triangular lattice motifs, paired with golden floral cloud-patterned inlaid decorations on the frames, ornate yet slightly cold in demeanor. The external facade was styled with a san-di-shui type traditional archway, draped with brilliant green glazed tiles. The vibrant craftsmanship and painting made the archway gleam like jade from afar. Suspended from the arch was an intricately round-carved lotus emblem plaque. Against a soft blue background, the words "Paradise" were engraved and traced with golden accents, while beneath the phrase hung delicate carved ornamental ribbons. Above the archway entrance, I added a small hexagonal two-layered caisson, embellished with yet another 5 fish holding a lotus carved feature at its center. Gold chains dangled from the lotus base, holding a peacock blue lampshade with crimson tassels, a shimmering glazed palace lantern that, when lit, almost seemed to invite guests to step through. I deliberately avoided overly conspicuous dragon motifs, replacing them with florals to create a softer, quieter ambience. On each side of the grand entrance, I placed potted erica palms, which instantly gave the corridor a high-end, luxury hotel vibe. Still, no matter how refined the decor, there was always a tension I couldn't quite shake. Before any of the finishes went down, I had pre-installed prefabricated metal plates within the walls as a protective barrier. This was a contingency against anything ever breaching spatial dimensions and smashing through the walls in one direct strike. Next to the hidden spatial door in the base vehicle, I installed a movable cabinet. If necessary, it would slide into place automatically, sealing off the hidden entryway completely. I never intended to leave anything to chance. Allowing outsiders into the base vehicle always poses a risk, but adding an extra layer of cover means one less chance of exposure. After settling those women in, I returned to the apartment building in a rather good mood. Before leaving, I went through the supplies from that group of thugs one last time. Anything contaminated was tossed out, while anything usable was packed up and taken with me. Nothing went to waste. In my previous life, I always took pleasure in hunting down these cannibalistic thug groups.